You didn't have to ask Z twice to bring it because he did in Game 2. With his arm, with his bat, and with his wheels. Heart and soul, dirty domination. Then Bernie, former Brewer, played bleacher ball, and that was about all Big Ben could stomach today. The Cooperstown Kid locks up with the Cubby Killer as the Crew looks to move to 4-1. Now this is the picture postcard day we were all hoping for. Temperatures approaching mid-60s here at Wrigley Field. What a gorgeous, gorgeous day for baseball. And they're already having a lot of fun across the street at the Wrigleyville Fire Department. It's a great atmosphere, and we're certainly glad you have joined us today. We will bring you inside of this beautiful ballpark as Milwaukee Brewers look to improve to 4-1. The one, you see the W flying across the street. The Cubs victorious yesterday, and a beautiful day as promised at Wrigley Field. Hello there once again, everybody. Bill and Darren back with you, and we're certainly glad on this Sunday that you are joined us. Trust you have had a good weekend, and for the Brewers, it was a good weekend until yesterday. And Bill, when you get a pitcher that one hits you like Zambrano did, isn't it one of those times where you just take it into the restroom and flush it and forget about it?
Tip your hat, because Carlos Zambrano dominated the Brewer hitters, and the Brewer hitters have been really doing a nice job with the bats up until yesterday. It's a perfect adage. Good pitching will stop good hitting, and it just was not meant to be. Early in the ball game, it looked like Zambrano's day was going to come to an abrupt end on a pitch to Junior Spivey. It looked like he tweaked his elbow. Unfortunately for the Brewers, that wasn't the case. I mean, he was throwing the ball in the mid-90s all day long. Really didn't have much of a breaking ball to go with the fastball. That's how good it was. Talking to the hitters yesterday, it was explosive. It was darting all over the place. 7 in the third inning, 6 strikeouts. He walked a couple of guys. He was outstanding, not only on the mound, but with the bat. Zambrano driving in the only run that he would need yesterday, and Jeremy Burnett scoring the lone run that they would need.
And Bernie Brewer really sent a message to his old team that he's ready to replace Sammy Sosa in a lot of ways. Probably a lot better in the clubhouse as well. You know, that had to feel good for Jeremy Burnett, and then really the knockout blows came. Zambrano, broken bat. He got it done. He would come around and get something done. Corey Patterson fighting it off. Bill, not a lot of balls hit hard until Mr. Walker delivered the crushing blow.
Yeah, check out that slider. But Dusty Baker had some sleepless nights with that. Yeah, Todd Walker right here, a double in the gap to right center. That pretty much put the end of the Brewers' day. Only one hit off the bat of Russell Brandon early in the ballgame. That's how dominant Zambrano was. And again, he scored a run. He got a couple of base hits. It was one of those, you don't tip your hat yesterday to Carlos Zambrano, and you'll go get him today.
Go get him today, and good luck against a 305-game winner, talking about Greg Maddux. But Victor Santos, who struggled mightily this spring, did not struggle last year against the Cubs. As a matter of fact, he dominated the Cubs last year.
Well, and unfortunately, Greg Maddux has dominated the Brewers throughout his career. But Victor Santos had a rough spring training. That's an understatement. But his last start at Miller Park, very good against the Chicago White Sox. Greg Maddux, it's said that he threw a lot of white strikes in his start against the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's not something he does a whole lot.
Victor Santos, of course, last year was 3-1, and his one loss against the Cubs was a 3-2-1 loss. If you follow me there, folks, bottom line is he has pitched well in his career. That ERA even lower last year against the Chicago Cubs. So Victor Santos looking to get it done on the mound. Greg Maddux, by the way, literally owns. We're told Mark Attanasio owns the Brewers, I think. I think co-ownership of the Brewers belongs to Greg Maddux.
Well, 10 wins and an ERA just a little bit over 1. But, you know, in his career, Greg Maddux, you know, he can struggle early in the season. Maybe it was like one of those situations with Ben. He's a touch and field type pitcher. He's got to get a good angle on the baseball. When it's cool and windy, the ball a little bit slick. Might be time to get old Mr. Maddux today.
And when you're talking about white strikes, what Bill means there is he threw a lot of pitches, not on the corners where he has to be, but right down the middle. Now the Brewers, their pitching staff, surprising a lot of you, I'm sure, not many white strikes. They've been doing some painting. Bullpen, starting pitching, one of the best ERAs. It's only 4 games, folks, but one of the best ERAs going.
Well, 4 games is 4 games, and the Brewer pitching staff has been very good, and everybody worried about the bottom of the rotation and the bullpen, a very young bullpen. They've been getting the job done. The Brewer bullpen has not allowed an inherited run. They don't have an ERA. They haven't given up anything, and that's why they've been able to win 3 games so far.
They'd love some runs today, though. The pitching staff would love to see some support, and they will look to Russell Brandon. Brandon, of course, doing a fine job at third base. Who can forget his first home run as a Brewer last year? 480 plus. Took a little peek there at Mr. Maddux. We'll talk with Russell right after this. Brewers baseball on FSN North is presented by Menards. Save big money at Menards. By Aflac, ask about us at work. By Rico, how well do you print, copy, scan, and fax? How well do you share? By Miller, there's good enough and there's better than it has to be. Miller, good call.
What is taste loss?
Am I at risk?
I thought the government wiped out taste loss in the 1950s.
If you have questions, we have the answers for you.
How can we fight taste loss?
Protect yourself with a great tasting, less filling Miller Lite with more taste than Bud Light and half the carbs. And please keep asking questions.
Is now a good time to talk about taste loss?
Anytime is a good time to talk about taste loss. Miller, good call.
This is the Sports List
with Summer Sanders.
the show that counts down anything
And everything.
in the world of sports.
The most shocking upsets. The best sports heroes. The sexiest athletes. The biggest sports scandals. And much more. Hosted by Summer Sanders.
Every night, a new list.
Every night, a new argument. The Sports List. Weeknights on FSN. The stakes are high on the Poker Superstars 2. Now the weekly tournament heats up as the world's best players go all in. For their piece of a purse worth over $1.2 million. The game's biggest stars at one table at one time. And the only place you can see it is FSN. The Poker Superstars 2 tournament continues tonight.
You're watching FSN.
Morales with a new baseball.
Chris,
Number 1-2 pitch to Ryan. Slide
are you in here?
Second. Two ups into the glove of Gargiulo. There's out number one.
Where are you? I need help.
23,381. I don't think too many people have left.
When people can't find you, they can't interrupt you. And you won't want any interruptions when you have up to 60 games a week to choose from. Yeah, that's right, 60. So now you can watch your favorite Major League Baseball team and follow your fantasy players no matter where you live, only with MLB Extra Innings on digital cable. To order, call 888-SPORTS-IN and you'll save $20 off the regular season price. Catch every hit of this big league action for just $149. That's less than $1 a day for the entire season. Don't miss out on this special offer. Call 888-SPORTS-IN now. And remember, when it comes to sports, we're on your team.
You're watching Brewers baseball on FSN North.
Always nice on a Sunday to get the blessing of Harry Carey as a Brewers fan underneath getting ready for the ball game moments ago right outside here at Wrigley Field. And the Brewers getting ready to face Greg Maddux. Why the sunglasses, by the way?
The shirt and tie, my retinas are starting to smoke a little bit. I like the look, man, but you got to warn me when you're going to be wearing that stuff.
Well, you look good now.
Yeah,
you know, all set up with your shades.
Yeah, I'm all right. I just have to look away.
Now, we see Russell. He wears those orange shades. He might wear them today against Greg Maddux. You get a matchup like Maddux against Branyan, he can't help but think strikeout or home run. I mean, that's what he's done. What would Russell Branyan have to do today against the nibbling of Greg Maddux?
And we said all along, I mean, Butch Weininger, one of those guys that said against Maddux, the way he has that sinking fastball, move up in the box a little bit, spread out somewhat. He's not going to throw too many breaking balls. It's basically sinker, change up. You got to spread out, not try and do too much. Branyan figured him out last year when he hit that big home run.
Russell Branyan yesterday, though, did not figure out, along with his teammates, Mr. Zambrano on the mound. He did have the only hit in the game, and when I talked with him a few moments ago, he made it clear, this guy was great. We've just got to move on.
Well, when you face a guy of that caliber when he's on his game, you go up there and you battle, and what comes out of the game, you know, you just take it for what it's worth. You know, he's on top of his game. He hit his spots. You know, the guy's throwing 95 to 97 miles an hour, and we hit some balls hard. They just didn't fall for us, and we got outscored.
This spring, it was very interesting to watch the battle with the three third basemen, and it's played out now that you and Jeff will get a majority of the playing time. I think the one thing for Brewers fans that have always really helped you is your defense. Is that something that you worked on leading up to this opportunity last year, knowing you got a chance to play third for the Brewers?
Well, I've always taken a lot of pride in my defense, you know, early on in the minor leagues. Not until I got a chance to play beside, with Travis Fryman in Cleveland. He really taught me a lot more about being a consistent player defensively, and working with him over there, having a chance to play with him day in and day out, really enabled me to become a better third baseman.
The home runs will always come for you, about 1 every 15 at-bats as a professional, which is outstanding. I know you made a concerted effort this year to make a little more contact this season. How does one go about doing that? Is it mental? Is it something you work on in the cage?
Well, it's mental, it's approach. Knowing who you're facing that evening and going out there with the right approach, not trying to be somebody you're not, trying not to do something to that pitcher that you're not capable of doing. We're facing Maddox today, we faced Zambrano yesterday. Those guys are going to be on top of their game. They're going to be hitting the corners, they're going to be hitting their spots, and you can't be trying to jump ship on them, every pitch. So you got to be patient, you got to stick to your game plan, and when they make a mistake, you got to make them pay.
Jump ship meaning overswing?
Yeah, that's overswing and trying to go yard.
So Maddox last year, your first home run as a Brewer, very memorable, the longest one in Miller Park history. I'm sure you haven't forgotten it, but on the flip side, I'm sure he hasn't forgotten it.
Well, that was a game. That was one of my first games here as a Brewer, and again, I was up there just trying to put the ball in play, and he made a mistake out over the plate, and I was able to capitalize.
This club this year seems to be much more aggressive under Ned Yost, whether it's aggressive base running. You laid down a sacrifice bunt the other day. Things are a little bit different this year, aren't they?
Well, that's what Ned emphasized to us during spring training, is whatever we do, we want to be aggressive, whether it's on the bases, whether it's at the dish, defensively. He doesn't want us to be afraid to make mistakes. He wants us to go out there and play the game the way we're capable of playing.
Does it make a big difference, Carlos Lee, Damian Miller, J.J. Hardy, Bill Hall, now that you guys are kind of staggered lefty-righty in that lineup? You guys were very left-handed heavy last year.
Yeah, it definitely helps balance out the lineup. I'm down in the 7 hole. I'm behind Miller today, and we got a nice lefty-righty combination. And what it does is keep these teams that we're facing who have some lefties in the bullpen, keeps them from bringing them in there and mowing down 2 or 3 guys in a row. Now we break it up with some righties, and we got some good right-handed hitters in Carlos Lee and Damian Miller and Hardy.
And I got to be honest with you, Bill, the one thing that stands out to me with Russell Branyan still is his defense. I know I'm wrong in being surprised by that, but he still stuns me with the way he plays third.
Well, even last year, when we saw him first come in with the Brewers and he played third base, he does a very good job at positioning himself. He has good range down toward the line and in the hole, and he's got a very good arm over there at third base. He mentioned Travis Fryman, one of the better third basemen that I can remember while I've been watching this game. So he's had good mentors, if you will, and he's a good level-headed kid. He's one of those coachable type players, and it shouldn't surprise you that he keeps improving over there defensively.
His partner on the left side of the infield all year long will be J.J. Hardy. Bill Hall gets the start today, though, and it's just simply, I think, a breathing day for J.J., isn't it?
Well, again, and I think it's not so much for J.J. as it is for Bill Hall. Ned Yost has to figure out a way to get, Cirillo and Magruder, guys like that, Bill Hall, into the lineup, keep them sharp, because sooner or later down the road, you're going to need every one of your players on that bench. J.J. Hardy, probably a nice breather, sitting in that dugout, and I would imagine you may see him at some point today.
J.J. Hardy not in the starting lineup today. Bill Hall is out there, and it should be fun. Hall had a huge spring with the numbers, but when we come back, we'll get to know about a rookie in his first week in the big leagues. It entails, as he shows us, being good to the fans, even though sometimes they're enemy fans. That's a cool shot. J.J. John Hancock just a few moments ago.
Take a little break in the action and tell you about my friends at the Good Feet store. Ever since I was a player, I've had constant pain in the balls of my feet, my arches, my heels, even my neck. From waking up in the morning hobbling out of bed to broadcasting games at night, I was in constant pain. I thought it was just something I was going to have to live with. And then I went to the Good Feet store. Thanks to them, my feet and legs are feeling great. Even my neck pain is gone. Do what I did. Stop in at your local Good Feet store and feel good again.
Bucks Weekly on FSN North. Every Monday, get a breakdown of last week's games and a look at what's developing for the matchups ahead. Bucks Weekly, tomorrow at 10 on FSN North. The 2005 season is in full swing, and the FSN Baseball Report brings you all the inside information from the Major Leagues.
It's the national pastime, and we've got all the action.
The FSN Baseball Report, Friday at 6.
Meet Bob. Bob went to Arizona.
His friend went to Nebraska, and their other friend, Florida State. Now they all live together in L.A. So how do they follow their favorite college teams? With Fox College Sports, featuring over 800 NCAA games each year on 3 regionally aligned channels, FCS Pacific, FCS Central, and FCS Atlantic. All the games that matter in one powerful package. To order Fox College Sports, call 1-877-2-GET-FCS. Fox College Sports, where college never ends.
The target looks like a drug distribution center.
When a cop sells out his own.
So where is this place?
The only thing more dangerous than betrayal.
Jesus Christ.
Is trust.
Hey, give me inch one.
I warned you about him.
Let's go! We're sending you some detectives in.
Mackie threw this thing in a hide here behind my back.
Beautiful. You're paid to protect my business.
The Shield. All new. Tuesday at 10. Only on FX. Check with the listings.
It makes it easier on me, just because, I mean, ever since I was, pretty young, defense was more of my my strength, or at least ever since I was drafted and the pitching became a little better. But I think it makes me be able to relax a little bit and just kind of, stay solid in the field, and then hitting's going to come. I think I'm pretty confident that I'll be able to hit some days. He's watching me and watching where I play just to kind of see how much he's going to need to change. And I have already played a little bit kind of like how he wants the infield to play, like playing right-handers pull, left-handers pull, I already play a little bit further than most shortstops do to those positions. But I think he wants me even further than what I play.
J.J. Hardy learning how to play short. These fans gobbling up goodies here at Wrigley Field. And really what J.J. Hardy is talking about, Bill, is how Ned Yost, Rich Dower, one of his mentors, told him, what you have to do is play defense only. Don't worry about the hitting, but I think you've noticed something about his offense already this first week.
Well, his defense is always going to be there, and having a good start offensively is going to help him down the road. But J.J. in the number 8 spot, not a very easy spot to bat in front of the pitcher, particularly early in the game. You've got to be patient. He has not struck out yet. He's walked 4 times. He's scored 3 runs. That's a pretty good start for a young guy.
All right, and we hope a good start for the Brewers today. We're glad you're with us. It's the Cubs. It's the Brewers from Wrigley Field. It's Maddox against Santos. All the action right after this.
Night. It's when most of the world sleeps. A time to reset our clock so we can begin a new day. It's all part of the rhythm of life. But for many, this healthy cycle is disrupted because sleep doesn't always come easy. Fortunately, there's Ambien. Ambien is a prescription sleep aid that can help you get a full night's sleep. While natural sleep is best, Ambien helps you fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and wake rested and refreshed, not groggy the next morning. No wonder Ambien is the #1 prescribed sleep aid in America. Until you know how Ambien will affect you, you shouldn't drive or operate machinery. Side effects may include drowsiness, dizziness, and diarrhea. You shouldn't take it with alcohol. All people taking sleep medicines have some risk of becoming dependent on the medicine. Prescription sleep aids are most often taken for 7 to 10 days as needed. Your doctor will advise you about taking them longer. In most instances, memory problems can be avoided if you take Ambien only when you're able to get 7 to 8 hours sleep before you need to be active again. Talk to your doctor about Ambien and wake rested and ready to start your day. Ambien works like a dream.
Come here, guys. Look at our field. We can't play here.
We can fix this.
This spring, Briggs & Stratton is revitalizing youth baseball fields all across the country. Now through April 30th, kids can nominate their field at BriggsDiamondsInTheRough.com. The grand prize is a $20,000 makeover and a baseball clinic hosted by Hall of Famers Lou Brock and Carlton Fisk. Briggs & Stratton, the power that works for you.
Former Cub Damian Miller, proud to be wearing that Brewers uniform now, just moments away from baseball as he warms up Victor Santos. Now, Victor has been good against the Cubs, but you're talking about greats that Mr. Miller has caught. And can you learn from it? Absolutely. As he faces a future Hall of Famer in Maddox, he also has learned from catching all these Cubs greats, catching Schilling and Johnson in Arizona, Zito, Hudson, and Mulder in Oakland. And he talks about how getting older as a catcher, you learn, especially when you're catching great pitchers.
being a catcher is a psychologist. You have to go out there and find what makes this guy tick. And that's the fun part of catching now. Like I said, 10, 12, 13 years ago, I could care less. But now it's fun getting to know a guy and getting to know what makes him go every fifth day. And I've just been fortunate. I've been in good situations where there's been great pitching staffs. And sometimes I try not to get in the way. I just kind of go out there and do it, try to find what they like to do, and then what I like to do, and then try to hopefully we can find that good mix. And
I think that Damian Miller understates his contribution to what those guys have been able to do. And the one thing when I talk to Damian about those guys, the one thing that you come away with is that those guys that he caught refused to lose. I mean, they went out there not always with their great stuff, but they had that mentality, you cannot beat me, I am going to win this ball game. And I think that's the type of an attitude that this pitching staff for the Brewers needs to adopt.
And hopefully it is in its adoption that there's a lot of success. They'd love some support today, though, that pitching staff, as Ned Yost talking about the good start, said if it was a 10-game season, we'd be in great shape. A long season ahead for this club and a winning season, so he hopes. And against Greg Maddux, the starting lineup that he puts together has a tiny wrinkle in it. Miller moves up a spot in the batting order. And Russell Brennan, our GMC starting 9, had that long home run last year. Clark, Spivey, Overbay. Then it's Lee, Jenkins, Miller, Branyan. We mentioned Bill Hall at short. Victor Santos had a couple of hits last year against a 39-year-old right-hander. He'll be 39 on Thursday, Gregory Allen Maddux.
He's been outstanding. I mean, you can see his numbers against Arizona. He was getting a lot of the plate with his pitches, and that's typical for Greg Maddux early in the season. And very much like Ben Sheets, if you don't get him early, you're probably not going to get him. So the first couple of innings, very important for the Brew Crew today. And
he was knocked around a bit, as you could see in his last start against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Our Rico defense going to work with Greg Maddux. Sticking with the catching theme, Michael Barrett, what a great year he had. A couple of years ago, he wasn't even supposed to catch anymore. They were moving him to third base with Montreal. Hollinsworth, Patterson, Burnitz, Ramirez, Garcia, Parra, Walker, then Lee and Barrett round out the defense, working with a man who has won, by the way, 14 Gold Gloves, Greg Maddux. What a beautiful day at Wrigley. We are underway. Strike one, outside corner to Brady Clark. You see the 2 hits for Brady Clark. Don't overlook his on-base percentage, which is .429. Just a 143 batting average, though. And 3 for 11 in his career against Greg Maddux. And he nearly took one in the teeth.
Yeah, 4 walks and a couple of hit batters. He scored 6 runs, so essentially doing the job at the top of the order. Greg Maddux saying, you know what, you're not going to be leaning down over the plate today. Looking with that sinker on the outside corner. Again, the sinking fastball and the changeup for Maddux.
And he answers right back, but the Gold Glover is there. That's a great at bat for Clark. Hit a seed right back up the middle, but that's what he does. He's a wonderful fielding pitcher.
Guys like Brady Clark, you would figure to have a lot of success against Maddux, or a little bit of success, more than a free swinger. You spread out, you move up on the plate a little bit, and Greg Maddux, who finishes very, very well, puts himself in good position to field his position.
Good pictures there as we get things started here at Wrigley Field. Just missed the outside corner. And don't think for one moment, by the way, that one of the greatest command pitchers and control pitchers of all time didn't totally and completely mean to come up and in that second pitch to Brady Clark. And Bill, that's not to hit him, but as you say, that's to send a message.
Make sure that these guys aren't going to be leaning out over the plate trying to whack that change up and that sinker. That he likes to command the outside corner, so he has to establish the fact that you got to stay loose in there. Don't be too confident.
Change up. And going back to that pitch, there was no doubt he didn't want to hit Brady Clark. He wanted to come in.
Well, this is the area that Maddux likes to get his outs, but if you want to control that part of the plate, you've got to make sure the guys are aware of that pitch.
We'll watch Michael Barrett all day long where he moves around. He's outside now. They got a lot of home plate. High and deep to left field. Hollinsworth going back. Gone!
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Early in the game, early in the season, Greg Maddux usually is a bit vulnerable. I mean, he's at least human. That pitch got a lot of home plate. Michael Barrett was sitting on the outside corner, and that tailed right down the middle. And Junior hit it a ton. I'll tell you, watching Junior in batting practice today, he was wearing out that left field in the bleachers today. Feeling pretty good.
And we all bless the basket here at Wrigley Field, because that basket is what gobbled it up. Like a long three-point shot, a switch, as Lyle rolls that one to the right side. And there are 2 outs. But 1-0, Milwaukee leads it, and we're going to take a look at the dreaded reach back for the catcher.
Yeah, he reaches out over the plate. It ends up right down the middle, and Greg Maddux knew that it was a mistake. A sinking fastball. Anytime, as I always say, the catcher has to reach over the plate, nothing good comes of it.
You have certainly taught me that. You can always watch with a guy like Maddux, as it is number 2 for Junior. Perfect pitch inside. Lee rolls it foul.
Yeah, you had a discussion with Michael Barrett today, and he was commenting in his first start against Arizona. A lot of white strikes, and I love that. You know, of all the sayings and some of the terminology, I haven't heard a whole lot of that. Greg Maddux has to work on the black of the plate.
Right. Carlos Lee crushes one, and it's foul. And if you look at home plate, I don't know if we can get you the most perfect angle in the world, but home plate is white. It's easy to see for the man on the mound, but it has a black frame around it. And that's when we talk about the black, that's what it means. That is the black. Not the white, but the black. Now, Junior Spivey got one right in the middle of the white, and he took a 1-0 lead into the basket. This is called painting the black.
You from taste loss, take the taste challenge. Question 1. What should a real light beer look like?
Like beer?
That's right. Miller Lite has a rich golden color. Question 2. What should a real light beer taste like?
Like beer.
Correct. Miller Lite has a satisfying great taste. And finally, how do you fight taste loss?
With antibiotics?
No. Drink a great tasting Miller Lite with more taste than Bud Light and half the carbs. Get the facts at PreventTasteLoss.com.
Thanks.
Miller. Good call.
Hey. Hey. Whew. Yeah. You look relaxed for somebody in your condition.
Yeah, it's because I have Aflac.
What do you mean?
Oh, when I'm hurt and miss work?
Aflac gives me cash to help pay bills. My health insurance does it.
You mean like car payments?
Mm-hmm. Electric bills? Mm-hmm. Or the rent?
Yep. Huh. Even food. Chinese is here.
Great. I love duck.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
I want to take a little break in the action and tell you about my friends at the Good Feet store. Ever since I was a player, I've had constant pain in the balls of my feet, my arches, my heels, even my neck. From waking up in the morning hobbling out of bed to broadcasting games at night, I was in constant pain. I thought it was just something I was going to have to live with. And then I went to the Good Feet store. Thanks to them, my feet and legs are feeling great. Even my neck pain is gone. Do what I did. Stop in at your local Good Feet store and feel good again.
Victor's done warming up 1-0. His club leads it. Home run Junior Spivey, and Dusty Baker knowing and respecting what Victor Santos did. As a matter of fact, before the game today, he was remembering his domination from a season ago. Let's take a look at the starting lineup, brought to you by GMC. With that in mind, Homer, Brewer, Bernie with a home run yesterday. Patterson, Walker, Garcia, Parra, Ramirez, Burnitz, and Lee. Hollinsworth, Barrett behind the plate, and Maddux handles the bat very nicely against the right-hander Victor Santos, who is ready to go to work. Last year, won 11 games. This is his first start of the season. Had a really tough spring as he misses inside to Corey Patterson.
That was a story of 2 seasons for Victor last year. Right around the All-Star break, 9-2, outstanding earned run average, and struggled in the second half. Had a very good start in his last time out in spring training at Miller Park against the White Sox. Hopefully that's something he can add on to.
Patterson has hit in every game this season for the Chicago Cubs. He does have 7 strikeouts, but he also has 8 hits to start the season. Not your prototypical leadoff hitter, but I think a guy who catches heat way too much. He's a very, very talented ball player who really should be batting a little bit further down in the order.
Well, and he's batting leadoff because Dusty Baker just doesn't have anybody else to do that. I mean, that's a tough spot to fill in your batting order, and Corey Patterson, as you talked about, strikes out far too much to be a good leadoff hitter.
Not even close with the fastball. But he did have 24 home runs last year. He stole 32 bases, and you know, everyone talks about use your speed more, use your speed more. He had 36 bunt singles last year.
He can run, no doubt about it.
But he likes to go for the downs like that. Fastball, Bill, have we decided what he learned this spring? Is it fastball, splitter, and change curveball, or is it splitter or change?
Well, I think it's going to be more splitters, particularly this time of year for Victor, to put hitters away with 2 strikes. He wasn't using that pitch a whole lot in spring training, and according to Ned Yost, that's why he was giving up a lot of runs. He was working on trying to locate his fastball in different situations. It wasn't working out for him, and he went to that splitter a lot more in that start against the White Sox in Milwaukee at the end of spring training. And he will flip an occasional curveball up there, but you know, he's going to be fastball split.
Off-speed pitch there. That might have been the split-fingered fastball. As it's fouled off, 2-2 the count.
And we love that freeze frame right there. A split-fingered fastball. You don't want it up in that location. You need that bound around the knees.
Started at the belt, drop it to the shoe tops if you can get it to move that much. And another one right back to the mound. Nearly handcuffed Overbay there, 1 away. Let's take a look at the defense, and we told you that J.J. Hardy without an error this week. Given the day off for the time being anyway, he'll be in at some point. Billy Hall out there at short. Very athletic shortstop. Lee Clark Jenkins outfield. Branyan Hall, Spivey, Overbay infield, and Damian Miller catches Victor Santos.
Brewers have only committed 2 errors this year. The Cubs only 1. Cincinnati Reds have yet to commit an error this year.
Really?
Pretty good defense. So the National League Central, pretty good glove man, huh?
So far, so good. Nothing better, really, when you play as Todd Walker in the whole 0-1. You play that unbalanced schedule, and you see the Central all year long. You just hope that it is like it was last year for as long as it can be. Does that make sense, folks?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the top 4 fielding teams in the National League: Cincinnati, Chicago, St. Louis, Houston. And the Brewers not far behind.
And I guess what I meant by that is good defense, as Bill mentioned. But there was a point last year when I think every team but one was 500 or better in late June in the Central. And maybe the Pirates only a game or 2 below 500. That looked like a changeup that missed outside. 2-1. And keep an eye on it. And let's see if we can sneak a peek.
Well, if he's got all 4 fingers wrapped around that baseball, it looks like it was.
And another one misses outside. 3-1 the count to Todd Walker. Nomar has just 4 hits this season as he waits his shot. Had a huge spring, though. You got to think he'll get going at some point.
Yeah, this is a very good offensive club, the Chicago Cubs. And right now, except for the first game of the year in Arizona when they scored 16 runs, they really haven't been swinging the bats all that well. They will, though.
Fastball on 3-2 is wide, ball 4.
Top of this order is you really have to do what you can to get him out, at least make him swing the bats. A lot of power up and down this batting order for Chicago.
So really everything in the book thrown to Dusty Baker's team so far. We've seen a couple of split-fingered fastballs. We've seen the changeup and a lot of fastballs. With the righty here, we still haven't seen that big strike one curveball. See if he throws one here to Nomar. Has yet to throw a curveball in this game. Another splitter, it looked like, rolled foul.
No, the last thing you want to do to Garcia Parra is throw him a first pitch fastball. He loves to jump on that first pitch. And he's been successful with that philosophy. Not too many hitters do that anymore. A lot of guys go up there, they try and work the count, but Garcia Parra all over that first pitch fastball. That's why he threw the split.
Which, by the way, from the hitter's perspective, looks like a fastball coming in. So if you can locate it well, it's a good start. There's a curveball, first one of the game. It's 1-1. Bill, it was Gary Bennett last year, veteran catcher who has since moved on from the Brewers, who really forced Victor early in counts to throw curveballs for strikes.
Well, you have to do that, particularly if you're a control pitcher. You don't have a lot of velocity, and you can't continue to throw fastballs on the first pitch. You gotta, if you flip a curveball up there for a strike, it doesn't even have to be a good curveball. It can hang. But very rarely is a guy going to go up there looking for a fastball or for a curveball.
Brewers lead it 1-0 on the solo home run off the bat of Junior Spivey. His second of the season came as the second batter of the game against Greg Maddux. There's the offense in this game so far. Runner takes off. Only play is across the diamond, and Hall makes it. Kept him out of the double play there.
Yeah, 2-1, a great count to run on, because base runner is going to take off because the pitcher's got to throw a strike. Doesn't want to go 3-1. Victor gave Garcia Parra a fastball. That was more of a hit and run, or a run and hit is a straight steal. And they did take themselves out of that double play.
The franchise player digs in. He's already walked 5 times this year. You look back at Aramis Ramirez as he takes strike one in that season he had last year with the 36 home runs. And the biggest thing to me that jumps out, and I have to be honest, it surprised me, 62 strikeouts.
Yeah, he makes pretty good contact. And I'll tell you what, the success of Jeremy Burnett's behind him. I mean, if Jeremy's going to swing the bat like he has so far this year, he's going to have another monster year.
That's a linea off the wall. And a 2-bagger if he can get in there. He is standing up. It's a 1-1 game. Just a frozen rope screaming line drive.
An 0-1 count, and that's not where you want to throw the fastball. My goodness. He's having trouble getting his off-speed stuff down in the strike zone. You can see the fingers spread apart. The splitter up about mid-thigh, and he hit it good.
Boy, Bill, that's what you said earlier. Don't throw it there.
A split-finger fastball, as effective as that pitch is when it's down in the strike zone, it goes a long way when it hangs.
I mean, it really is a pitch you almost want in the dirt, especially if you're ahead in the count. And you see the 90-mile-an-hour gun reading there. I mean, Victor maybe will get up another mile an hour or two, but not much higher. 89 to what, 91, 92?
Yeah, when he reaches back, he might get up to about 92, but that's not his game.
Burnett's homered yesterday. And he's 2 for 8 in this series, a solo shot. Brought into Chicago, and as he gives himself a hard time to replace Sammy Sosa, he says, well, look, there was no one else available. Everyone else is signed. That's why they signed me. And he should put it out in the books. Let's see, Hall and Brandon. And Russell wearing those orange shades puts it away. Well, each team has made their statement in the first inning. It's a 1-1 ball game here at Wrigley Field.
Adelina, then Adelina, beautiful jelly beats from Clemens, the very freshest flavors sliced right before your eyes. What you create is art. You'll taste what we mean. It's a beautiful meal, Bella Adelina. Bella Adelina.
Bella Adelina, featured exclusively in the deli at Century. Presenting excuses to watch more Major League Baseball. But they spent all that time carving those little bats out of trees. I would go to the gym, but I think it's closed till October. I could take up extreme taxidermy instead. You'll need all the excuses you can get with MLB Extra Innings on digital cable. Enjoy up to 60 games a week and follow your favorite team no matter where you live. Call 888-SPORTS-IN now to order for just $149. When it comes to sports, we're on your team. Presenting excuses to watch more Major League Baseball. Aren't the kids old enough to change their own diapers? Crush a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, then you can have my attention. I promise I'll stop watching at halftime. You'll need all the excuses you can get with MLB Extra Innings on digital cable. Enjoy up to 60 games a week and follow your favorite team no matter where you live. Call 888-SPORTS-IN now to order for just $149. When it comes to sports, we're on your team.
You're watching FSN North.
You know, no broadcaster's briefcase is complete without a up-to-date version of the official rules. You got to know them. It's like going to Las Vegas and playing a game and betting and not knowing the rules. The width of the plate is 17 inches, and Greg Maddux, when he's out there, likes to work with only 2 of those, an inch on one corner and an inch on the other corner.
And he was in the middle 15 there, and a base hit for Jeff Jenkins.
And when he's on, 15 inches of that 17 inches never comes into play. But so far early this season, he's been working with most of those 17 inches.
Now, there are many, especially in the mid to late 90s, who said that he and his teammate Tom Glavine got a little bit of a few extra inches on the outside of the plate.
20 inches maybe? I mean, there were times, I'll tell you what, before Major League Baseball cracked down on that strike zone, that it did appear that those 2 guys in Atlanta were getting a lot of very borderline pitches.
When you listen to people tell those stories, though, let me play devil's advocate on that entire discussion. It is made to sound like there were only 2 pitchers in baseball that got an extended strike zone. Now, I'm not saying that someone like you does, but when you listen to a lot of people, reenact or go back and remember that time, you only hear those 2 names. There were other pitchers.
I will say this, that, pitchers that have reputations by umpires of having a good command of the strike zone, throwing a lot of strikes, will get extra inches off the corner. And that's just the way it is. Umpires get accustomed to calling strikes. They may give a strike maybe an inch or 2 off the corner. That's just the way baseball is. Glavine and Maddux are probably the epitome of control pitchers.
And that's why they get brought up. And in '99, when they really made a big change, as Miller fouls that one off. Talking about shrinking it down, calling it within the blacks or the confines of of the 17 inches of the plate, and really raising it a little bit. They said that they would raise it up from the knees to the letters, which never happened.
Hitters love that Quest Tech.
And guys like Greg Maddux and Tom Glavine hate it.
Yeah, every pitcher hates it.
Damian Miller, an awful lot of success, 3 doubles as part of those statistics as well. So Jenkins with a single. And that's an 0-2 base hit to left field. Again, 0-2 base hit for Damian Miller, back-to-back singles.
We haven't seen this from Greg Maddux in any of the starts that he's made against Milwaukee. What did you say? 10-2 with a 1.5 ERA against the Brewers lifetime?
In 15 starts, 1.45 earned run average.
Very rarely does he give up much of anything, let alone 0-2 base hits. And look what that pitch is. Miller gets a pitch on the inner half of the plate and just whacks it into left field. That's not very good location.
Russell Branyan with the 480-plus foot home run against Greg Maddux last year, longest home run in Miller Park history, and his first as a Brewer as they are reunited. 4 for 11 to start things this year for Branyan. Has yet to homer. And he struck out 3 times while walking twice.
Well, if he can cut down his strikeouts, maybe even just 25%, I mean, he's going to put up a pretty good season.
Let's see what the Gold Glover wants to do. He throws it away. You rarely, if ever, will see Greg Maddux make an error like that, and he is all over himself right now.
Unbelievable. I mean, I'm not sure he's going to be able to turn a double play. The ball wasn't hit all that hard. A little chopper. He tried to be a little bit too quick. Check it out. Right, a number in front of the plate. Maddux tries to be too quick. His arm drops and it sails. Garcia Parra, no chance for that one. A bad throw by Greg Maddux. We've seen a couple of things already today that you hardly ever see with Greg Maddux out on the mound.
But at 39 years old, perfection is a little tougher to attain, I would imagine.
You bet. Well, that'll be a fielder's choice and an E1.
So the bases are loaded. There is nobody out Let's see if Bill Hall can stay disciplined. Perfect pitch, strike one.
You're Bill Hall, you're thinking right center. And when he's had his success this year, even last year, don't try and pull it.
Boy, and isn't that just a prescription on really how to handle Greg Maddux? Of all pitchers. Wow. 0-2. Just a little bit of dip and a little bit of dart.
There's that control. I mean, you're right-handed batter. You can't give up on that pitch that's maybe 2 inches. It starts 2 inches off the outside corner. It'll tail right back and hit the edge.
Jenkins singled, Miller singled. Branyan reached on Maddox's error. One and two.
Wow. Not sure with this miss. I mean, if you're Bill Hall, you got to figure it was just right off the outside corner. It tailed back over. And I guess it was a ball.
A little bit out, maybe. But goes back to those mid-90s as Billy spoils another good pitch. I think it's fair to say that all command pitchers, and especially Maddux and Glavine, 96, 97, 98, that's strike three.
Yeah.
Fair to say?
Absolutely. Yep.
305 victories against just 175 losses. He's in a jam now, though. Change up and he lays off.
You know, and you hate to say it, in this part of the ball game, only the second inning, but this is a huge at bat. You've got the pitcher on deck, bases are loaded, nobody out. I mean, Bill Hall, this is a big situation already today.
Middle of the diamond. Garcia-Parra takes it to the bag and turns it over. And Arundo scores. It's 2-1. But Greg Maddux induces double play number 356 in his Hall of Fame career.
You know, what could have been worse on an 0-2 count against Maddux. He put the ball in play and was able to push across the run at least. Well, he just hated to you see Bill Hall go up there, not able to do anything, and then Victor go up there, not do anything, and come up empty in this inning.
Miller remains at third. Victor Santos 2 for 39 last season. That's a batting average of about 050 or 051, as you can see.
Does it matter?
Not really. Not really.
When you get down in that area,
I would imagine, you know, you fantasy baseball players out there, and I know there are a lot of you, that you weren't really concerned about what this man hit last year.
I was more or less thinking 050 or 051. I mean, does it matter?
Two to one, the Brewers lead it. Home run Spivey in the first inning. That guy's batting average maybe just a touch higher, Ben Sheets. 2 strikes on Santos, but Ben will have you believe that it should be a lot higher than that. Boy, he was mad at himself not getting that sac bunt down yesterday.
Yes, he was.
Now that, Bill, is the one thing he expects to do right.
Well, and at the time it was a 1-0 ball game. Yeah, he needs to do better than that.
Throw him a slider. Garcia-Parra has a long throw, and he throws out the pitcher. Well, he put it in play, and the Brewers grab a 2-1 lead.
What is taste loss?
Am I at risk?
I thought the government wiped out taste loss in the 1950s.
If you have questions, we have the answers for you.
How can we fight taste loss?
Protect yourself with a great tasting, less filling Miller Lite with more taste than Bud Light and half the carbs. And please keep asking questions.
Is now a good time to talk about taste loss?
Anytime is a good time to talk about taste loss. Miller, good call.
Over the years, we've continually added more flights to more destinations so you could get low fares to fly where you want, when you want. What will we think of next? It's what care means.
Here's another winning experience from the Wisconsin Lottery.
Dennis McCarthy of Salem won $5,000 on Powerball.
Toyota owners are going places.
I'm headed to the big time.
Big job interview.
Fame and fortune.
One reason they're going places? Great gas mileage, like the 60 mpg rating for Prius.
That is my next car.
In fact, all 9 Toyota cars rate over 30 miles per gallon.
41.
36 mpg.
Like Corolla, Camry, and the all-new reimagined Avalon. So wherever you're going, Toyota's honored to take you there. Toyota, moving forward.
Over the years, we've continually added more flights to more destinations, so you could get low fares to fly where you want, when you want. What will we think of next? It's what care means.
Brewers baseball on FSN North is presented by Clements, #1 for taste and fun, and by your local Toyota dealer, moving you forward. 2-1, the Brewers lead it. Rubber match here. Brewers win game 1, Cubs win game 2. We take a look ahead at our upcoming television schedule. Brought to you by our very good friends with the Miller Brewing Company. And we tell you opening day rolls out tomorrow at Miller Park. Certainly hope you'll be with us. And then on Tuesday night, a party in the left field bleachers, a Buckethead Tuesday. And then we'll be with you over the weekend against the St. Louis Cardinals. Looking forward to seeing the Cardinals.
Yeah.
David Eckstein, Mark Mulder, some new names in St. Louis.
Yep, I bet they have some familiar names.
Yes, they do. Unfortunately for Brewers fans, they do.
Pujols, Roland, guys like that. Jim Edmonds.
Derek Lee, 2 for 12 with a home run in his career at bats against Santos. And some work on the black there. What a huge opening day against Arizona the big man had. He was 4 for 6 with a home run, couple of doubles, and 5 RBIs. Knock on wood, as I say it, he is hitless in this series. The Braves lead the Mets 1-0. 1-0 in the bottom of the 7th inning. Through 7 innings of work, John Smoltz has 15 strikeouts.
Man. Amazing.
And he got knocked all over the ballpark at, what do they call it, Dolphin Stadium now against the Marlins. You know, you think about Bill Hall at short, and J.J. Hardy obviously is the decision, and it really wasn't a huge battle this spring, but what a nice option to have. Billy really can play anywhere, all 4 positions on the infield and probably anywhere in the outfield.
Well, and they had him playing, working out in the outfield a little bit in spring training just to give him a little bit more versatility, and as well as Jeff Cirillo. So some experience on the bench for the Brewers, some run protection potentially. And Bill really handled it well. I mean, he went into spring training thinking he had a shot to be a starter. It didn't work out that way, and he maintained a very good positive attitude.
Well, the highway is littered with players who have a little bit of bitterness and maybe lose that eye of the tiger when they are moved around and said, we really want you to be a utility player, and they just don't embrace it. Now, there are guys who have totally embraced it and have had very long, successful careers.
Made a lot of money as a part-time player, whether it be a catcher, a guy in the bullpen. This is in 1970 where you'd have to, play every day to make even an average living. But a lot of money to be made coming off the bench in the major leagues.
Chris Magruder, Wes Helms having to relearn that role, a role that he really played all the time with the Atlanta Braves. I was talking with Butch Weininger today, and he said he had a long talk with Wes Helms this morning, and then Wes followed it up with a chat with Ned Yost, and basically both charging Wes to embrace playing on the bench. Understand that for now that's your role. And like we talk about Bill Hall, a good living can be earned there as well.
Well, in Wes's case, he is making a very good living sitting on the bench.
Yes, he is.
He had signed that nice contract after his first good year with the Brewers, had 25 homers. The injury last year to the knee, but it's a long season, and that's why Ned has to figure out ways to get some of these guys into the game.
Full count on Todd Hollandsworth. That's Smoltz's first outing, by the way, against Florida. 6 earned runs allowed in just an inning and 2/3. Train's here, by the way. You take care, my friend. You got to go catch that?
I'm all right.
All right.
I got a car here.
Like a chauffeur-driven car?
You know,
you have that in your deal?
No. I got the car out of the parking garage today. $38 a night to park my car at the hotel.
Is that a lot?
Are you kidding me? I mean, didn't even wash it.
Really?
I mean, you would think you get a Simonizing and carpets. And $38 a night. I about died.
I would think that for $38 they would install and give you a yearly subscription to XM satellite radio.
I was appalled.
And look at they messed your bumper up.
Yep. And denied it was them. Of course, that's not me. I'm not a minivan guy. But $38 a night, isn't that a little excessive?
That could be you. A town car?
No.
Chauffeur-driven town car?
No.
That's not a real good look right there, by the way. Can somebody shut that hood?
Oh.
All right, let's see if they can turn it over. Hall Spivey double play. And boy, Junior Spivey took a bite out of the dirt and a nice turn. Junior Spivey gets a chance to swing the bat. Coming up right around the corner, he won the game on Friday, and he also has a homer in this game. Junior Spivey.
Hey guys, listen up! Someone leave their lunch at the last rest stop. There's a sandwich and we got a Pepsi, still cold. Name on the back says Spartacus. Is there a Spartacus here to claim this?
I'm Spartacus! I'm Spartacus! I'm Spartacus! I'm Spartacus!
I'm Spartacus. I'm Spartacus.
Wow, looks like we're going out tonight. Yeah, I got over 150 horses and performance tune suspension. Thank you very much.
Hey, be there in a minute. No problem.
Okay, all right. Picking up the ladies. With my great gas mileage, they're going to want to cruise all night. Whoa, this place is boring. Oh, my bad. Come on in, ladies. Plenty of room.
Now get $2,000 cash back on Ford Focus, plus an automatic transmission at no extra charge. Ford Focus, it begs to be driven.
You need to race the rain. You need to outrun the sun. You need to be 2 places at once. That's why you need rock-solid energy products and people you can depend on. Cenex. Our energy comes through.
You're watching FSN North.
2-1, the Brewers lead the Cubs, and don't forget to celebrate the home opener tomorrow as the Brewers take on the Pirates. All fans in attendance receive an 05 magnetic schedule. Compliments of Edie's and Pick and Save. For tickets, call 414-902-4000. And all year long for tickets, visit MilwaukeeBrewers.com. Actually, print them right there on your printer. That's a good thing. First pitch, Brady Clark goes after it. And he isn't out in the books as Burnitz puts it away. Brady 0 for 2. And the hero on Friday with a couple of huge hits late, Junior Spivey, and also a home run early in this game, gets ready again. What a start to the season for this man.
Outstanding, and everybody was concerned about Junior's ability to get going latter part of spring training. He dropped a head-on one and into the basket in left field at Wrigley. But you mentioned those 2 big base hits on Friday. The Brewers 1 out away in the 9th inning from losing. Spivey a base hit. Overbay a double. They tied it, and they won it in the 12th. And Junior a part of that 3-run rally in the 12th as well.
Junior Spivey is now 8 for 14 in his career against Greg Maddux. That's right, 8 for 14 as he fouls that one off.
How about with 2 weeks left in spring training, or 3 weeks, he had to take a week off because his shoulder was bothering him a little bit. And ever since that time, I mean, he's been swinging the bat very well.
Back in 2001, as a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Junior Spivey had 2 5-hit games as a youngster, as a rookie. One of them, August the 12th, 01, 5 for 5, 3 runs scored, and 4 of those hits coming off of, that's right, Greg Maddux. A 5 for 5 game with that man on the mound for a rookie.
I'd like to find out how many times Greg Maddux has pitched in a game and gave up 4 hits to a single hitter.
I would imagine the list is short.
Yeah, very short. I would think.
That's a slider that bounces in there.
You know the other thing I love about Greg Maddux? Check out his socks.
They're real socks, right?
He's got the old stirrups. I don't know if they're real. They're etched into the white sock, but it's got the look.
I got you.
Old time baseball.
It's got the look instead of just the royal socks like that.
That or the ones that are pulled all the way down.
And another hit against Greg Maddux for Junior Spivey. 2 for 2 today, and now 9 for 15 in his career against the future Hall of Famer.
One thing you know when you're facing Greg Maddux, that you're going to get pitches to hit, or at least he's going to be throwing strikes. They might not be hittable strikes, but he very rarely walks anyone. Very good control throughout his entire career. And on that 3-2 pitch, he gave Junior a pitch to hit, although he made Junior go to the opposite field with it. It was a pretty good pitch on the outside corner.
Looking forward to the 5 series that these two teams play this year, and more specifically how that man continues to battle Junior Spivey. That's going to be a fun battle all year long. There goes Junior. He takes off. Barrett throws in time. Michael Barrett has now thrown out 50% this year, 3 of 6 that have attempted to run against him.
And you know what? Greg Maddux, if there's any problem in his game, has always given up a lot of stolen bases. So when you get on first base and you've got speed, normally teams are going to run on him, but that throw by Michael Barrett right on the money. I mean, right on the bag. Not an easy pitch to throw on, and Garcia Parr just drops the glove and Junior slides right into it. Heck of a throw. Boy.
It was a couple of years ago that Felipe Alou was quoted as saying, Michael Barrett will never see a catcher's mitt again. He's a third baseman. Look how far he's come. That's not a knock on Alou. They were just trying to find a spot for him. And one of the quiet, large pickups, not this past winter, but 2 winters ago for the Cubs, I think, picking up Michael Barrett.
Yeah. As you mentioned, he had a great year last year. Hit some big home runs for him. And a very good catcher.
2-2 the count on Lyle Overbay. Lyle grounded out to second base back in the first inning. Lyle has walked 4 times already this year. Has that on-base percentage up above 400.
Well, the Brewers, before yesterday's game, I haven't checked it today, but they were leading the National League in on-base percentage. I gotta believe it hasn't gone down too much.
That one is belted high and deep and way out of here, nearly to Sheffield Avenue. 3-1. Home run number 1 for Lyle.
No doubt about that one. Another 2-strike pitch. Greg Maddux on a 2-2 count. Getting a lot of home plate, and his pitch is up in the strike zone. Well, the Brewers have scored in each of the first 3 innings today. Man, you go a year not getting 3 runs off of Greg Maddux. If you're a Brewer, that one right down the middle of the plate.
High fives all around for Lyle Overbay. Lyle hit 16 of those last year. And Carlos gets into one, but just enough movement to keep off the heart of the bat. And leaves erased. But Lyle waving bye-bye to the baseball here. What a beautiful stroke. 3-1.
When you've been recognized by J.D. Power & Associates,
as the most dependable heavy-duty full-size pickup truck. There's no need to be bashful. GMC Sierra, professional-grade engineering. It's not more than you need, just more than you're used to.
At Menards, we guarantee to save you big money and provide the best service and quality. Smart Siding by Louisiana Pacific is engineered to be the best and is on sale. Lap siding is $648. A 4x8 sheet is $1888. 4-star garage doors by Ideal are pre-finished insulated steel. This 9x7-foot door is $229. 16x7 only $399. Plus don't pay till 2006 with your Menards big car.
Save big money at Menards.
Gang.
Yo, D. You know, if you sip all day, you get decay.
Decay?
I know. That's why I don't drink a lot of it. Moderation. Now, that's the key. And who are you?
I'm a dentist. See, it's not just the sugar.
It's the acid. Yeah, I know. Can this stuff really eat through rust?
It's not just the sugar.
It's the acid.
Don't forget the brush.
Now, when you stay at Ramada, you'll earn points towards the things you really want with the largest hotel rewards program ever. Trip Rewards. It gives you more rewards more often for more fun. Ramada. Sweet dreams.
Lyle Overbay, his first home run of the year. Now Greg Maddux gets his turn with the stick. 3-1, the Brewers lead it over the Cubs. Now it looked like when Junior Spivey reached on that single and was thrown out by Michael Barrett back in the third inning, it looked like he was out from our replay. But a conversation continued between Junior Spivey and Alfonso Marquez, who is the second base umpire. Maddux had to wait for a moment to dig into the box as Jeff Jenkins puts that one away. He was out, wasn't he?
It looked like it. It looked pretty close. Ball beat him. The tag was dropped, and but, you know, maybe Junior campaigning, maybe if another close play like that late in the ball game, they might get the benefit of the doubt. It was close. And Junior thinking that he got the hand in there. Marquez did not agree. And he always has the last word, the umpire. Unfortunately.
It wasn't heated. Again, we saw that yesterday. Ben Sheets dealing with a home plate umpire. Was that Rick Reed yesterday?
Yes, it was.
And Ben handled himself. Everyone was level-headed. They had a discussion for about 5 minutes, or about a minute, I should say. A little bit of exaggeration. Here's that play again.
Outstanding. Throws right on the bunny. He's out. Are you going to tell Junior we thought he was out, or should I?
I think he'll be all right.
We're going to be asked about it after the game. You know that.
It does happen, folks. Bill's right. There are players that will come and approach us and say, was I safer out there? Or was that a strike or a ball?
Right.
I'll tell him he was out.
Because we have replays in slow motion. And
now, usually what we do, though, just to give you a little inside information, is if a player like a Junior Spivey asks us, we don't ring them up right there. We'll just quietly say, yeah, we think it looked like you were out.
It looked like you were out. And the other thing we do, and if it's tough for us to tell if you're safe or out in a replay in a slow motion, you can't argue with the umpire too much. I mean, it's very close.
The old, it could have gone either way.
But
now,
sometimes I'll say, I'll lie about it to Ben Sheets because Ben will get all upset.
Yeah.
Ben will, what do you mean?
And Jeff Cirillo was asking me about a couple of pitches the other day. And I decided for Jeff to say, well, the first one looked like a strike. The second one, you're right, man, that was out. He said, I thought they both were outside.
Yeah.
Nah, I think one of them nipped the corner. That's not an intense guy, even in his older age, is he? Not too intense, is he?
No, not anymore. He slacked off. I mean, he used to be a lot more intense.
I can't even imagine what he used to be like.
Yeah, multiply it by 5. Yeah. Still has that patented Jeff Cirillo haircut.
I like it.
That hair will look like that after the game, after the shower, walking on the charter. Jeff not really into that coiffing too much.
Got him with a strikeout. He does it a lot, Corey Patterson. He's now struck out 8 times this year. Victor pulled the string on him, it looked like. May have been the split-fingered fastball.
Get it down in the zone with 2 strikes or try and climb the ladder on Corey Patterson. You don't have to throw him strikes once you're ahead of him. I mean, that looked like a fastball right down the middle of the plate, actually. It didn't do a whole lot if it was a split.
It didn't dive a lot. It was. You could see the fingers, but it didn't move a lot.
A lot of times you can see the tumble action on that pitch as it gets to home plate. And again, with the cool weather and the breeze, you can see it looks like the rotation is that of a normal fastball. You know, just like Ben was talking about yesterday, he really couldn't get a good feel for his curveball because the ball was very slick. His fingers, he couldn't get a good grip on them like you can later on in the summer when it's warm. And very similar to perhaps what Victor's experiencing, and Greg Maddux.
There's a little bit of a extension of the corner there, and it's 2-1. Todd Walker walked and scored back in the first inning on a double by Aramis Ramirez, a former product of LSU. College World Series title under his belt. And this is another guy who started with incredibly high hopes with the Minnesota Twins and didn't really reach what they expected to, but bouncing around a bit has resurrected what is a solid offensive career.
Well, he had a distance of agreement and a difference of opinion with Tom Kelly, and you just don't do that with TK. Tom Kelly with the Twins, and they sent him packing, but he's always been a very good offensive second baseman. Not the greatest defender in the world out there, but he does have some pop in his bat.
Lyle puts him away. Victor settles down. He's up by a pair.
Nice.
I'll be right back. Watch my seat, huh?
Yeah, I got one. Sorry, my buddy's sitting there. Hello? You'll be fine.
What'd I miss?
Just a little D.
Come here, guys. Look at our field. We can't play here.
We can fix this.
This spring, Briggs & Stratton is revitalizing youth baseball fields all across the country. Now through April 30th, kids can nominate their field at BriggsDiamondsInTheRough.com. The grand prize is a $20,000 makeover and a baseball clinic hosted by Hall of Famers Lou Brock and Carlton Fisk. Briggs & Stratton, the power that works for you.
I haven't missed a game since 1983.
3,000 for Robbins.
I was born and raised in Milwaukee. I love the Brewers.
Get up! Get out of here! Go!
I love it. It's a major passion in my life.
When I'm sitting here in Miller Park, there was absolutely no place I would rather be.
Go Brewers!
Go Brewers!
Go Brewers!
The Brewers now offer exciting new 9-packs starting at $108. Call 414-902-4100 or visit MilwaukeeBrewers.com today.
Isn't it great that we finally in the Midwest need a little bit of this? It is one of those beautiful sunshiny days here at Wrigley Field. Let's take a look, by the way, at our brain teaser, our Aflac trivia question, as Maddux is just about ready to go to work. And the question, who are the only 2 Cubs to win their 300th game in a Cubs uniform? 300th win.
That's a good one.
It's a very good one.
Well, you know one of them.
Yes, he won 297 and 299 against the Brewers last year before beating San Francisco for 300, Greg Maddux. And the other?
How about Fergie?
I think Fergie would be the man.
Ferguson Jenkins. You talk about control pitchers. Ferguson Jenkins very rarely walked a batter, just like Greg Maddux. How many guys with 300 wins walked a lot of batters?
Not many, huh? Nolan Ryan.
He walked a fair amount. Your dad didn't walk many,
no.
did he?
No, but still, I don't even need to look up Nolan's stats to know that, you know, with the thousands and thousands of strikeouts, he probably was still 2-1 in his career.
Oh, yeah. Now, I guess the rule of thumb is if you're going to walk batters, you better be a power pitcher and be able to make up for it with strikeouts. You're a guy that doesn't throw hard and doesn't strike many out, and you walk a lot of guys. They're going to put him in play. You're going to get beat a lot.
Short spurts of anger. And I remember covering Greg Maddux in Atlanta as a young announcer. He gets angry and he gets it over with, and you saw it right there. Not going to throw things around. He keeps it very librarian-like, but he's so fiery and intense. That short spurt, and then he gets it over with. You saw it.
Doesn't show a lot of emotion out there, Greg Maddux.
And speaking of walks, I want to talk about something that angers him, as a double play may bail him out of it. Nothing angers Greg Maddux more than walks, and a good sinker puts him quickly 2 outs on the board.
Well, the short burst of anger results in a good, as you mentioned, a pitch with good movement, and in one pitch, 2 outs and nobody on. You know, hitting coaches will tell you. You talk to Butch Weininger, and he'll tell you that, you know, when you get a good pitch to hit from Maddux, it's normally maybe the first or second pitch. If you don't get it, then he's going to be nibbling on the corners, and you're in trouble. So the philosophy against a guy like Maddux is to go up there. If you see a fastball early in the count that you think you can handle, go get it, because you might not see another one. The best pitch to hit is usually the first one.
Seed into right field off the bat of Russell Branyan. And he is now 3 hits in his career in 11 at bats against Greg Maddux.
6 hits on the day for the Brewers already in 4 innings against Maddux.
We're talking about that 15 strikeout game for John Smoltz. He has gone from the game and has finished with 15 strikeouts. In the 8th inning, as Smoltz was knocked out of the game, the Mets managed 5 runs. They now lead Atlanta 5-1 in the bottom of the 8th inning. That game now goes at Turner Field. And now the story becomes Pedro Martinez, who had 12 strikeouts and a no decision in his first start against the Reds. Pedro has 8 more strikeouts, 20 on the season. He has allowed just the 1 run. Dominating in his first 2 starts.
Oh, yeah. And I'm sure Pedro is going to be very glad that he's not going to have to be facing the Yankees a whole lot. He will at least maybe once or twice in interleague play. Really struggled against the Yankees, didn't he? But he is something else. So you talk about a fastball and a changeup, very much like Maddux, but at about about 6 miles an hour on the fastball.
By the way, another big acquisition in that game, Carlos Beltran with a 2-run home run against John Smoltz. So the big names that they picked up this winter making hay against the Braves, as Smoltz gone with his 15 strikeout effort. He's on the hook for the loss if they don't rally.
Well, John Smoltz in the starting rotation because of the acquisition of Danny Kolb from the Brewers, and he's got 3 saves. So Danny off to a good start over there in Atlanta.
He'll have a lot of them if he can stay effective.
A lot of opportunities.
Braves win a lot of, we all know that, but they win a lot of close games too. Thinking something was going to pitch out there.
That's the second pitch out of the game that Maddux and Barrett have tried. One in the first inning, and now with Russell at first base. Not sure about that.
Russell takes off. He'll have to head back. This Thursday, Greg Maddux will be 39 years old. And back in 1984, where were you back in 1984? He was the Cubs' number 2 pick, the 2nd round pick.
That was my first year in the major leagues. First full year. Are you asking me, or was that rhetorical?
Anyone. And you answered it, which is fine.
Where were you?
Let's see, 6'5", I was a sophomore in high school.
Driving Smoltzy around?
Not yet. I was looking forward to it. Listening to Duran Duran, Depeche Mode, Oingo Boingo. Looking forward to the day when I would start driving around my Honda Accord. That was my first car. An 82 Honda Accord, by the way. Good year for the Brewers. Good year for Honda Accords.
You and Tommy Phelps?
Me and Tommy. Tommy had that old Honda Accord through his 10 years in the minors. But that's when Maddox began as the second pick. Fouled back to the screen. And you might wonder, well, if Greg Maddux was the second round pick, who in the world would be the first pick for the Cubs? Well, they had the number 3 overall pick that year, and they drafted Drew Hall. Drew Hall out of Morehead State University. Does that name ring a bell?
Drew Hall?
First round pick that year. He made 4 starts in the major leagues. Greg Maddux has made 605. This is not an easy play. It's an infield hit for Billy Hall. Not Drew Hall, Billy Hall with an infield hit there.
Now that's a big base hit, and for no other reason other than the fact that you get Victor and that bat in this inning, and you don't have to have him lead off the next inning. Even if he makes an out, that was a productive base hit for Billy. You never like to have your pitcher leading off an inning, and now that Billy gets that base hit, Victor will not, unless somebody gets picked off.
If you want to know if Billy Hall is growing up a little bit as a player, that's an 8-pitch at bat, Bill. An 8-pitch at bat for him there.
And doing a nice job just trying to make contact. You remember with the bases loaded, he had an 0-2 count. He hit into a double play, but he was able to score a run. Guys really making an effort to put the bat on the baseball.
Victor put the bat on the baseball in his last time up. He rolled out to short. Maddox threw him a slider and it broke his bat. And you make such a good point about disposing of this pitcher's slot in the order and starting fresh next inning. Pretty good hack. 1-2. The Brewers, by the way, in 1984, their first round pick, they had the 18th pick overall, Isaiah Clark out of Crockett, Texas. Never made it. Wow. Very close, and Maddox expecting that call.
That looked like a pretty good pitch. You know, to umpire behind home plate for Greg Maddux has got to be very difficult because you can call just about everything a strike. He doesn't miss much.
And again, a roller to short puts away Victor Santos. The Cubs looking to get something going against Victor, and they'll look to Burn, baby, burn, as they called him yesterday. He's up third right after this.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
Aflac. The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Morales with a new baseball.
Chris?
1-2 pitch to Ryan. Slide
Are you in here?
Second. 2 opposite into the glove of Gargiulo. There's out number 1.
Where are you? I need help.
23,381. Don't think too many people have left.
When people can't find you, they can't interrupt you.
And you won't want any interruptions when you have up to 60 games a week to choose from. Yeah, that's right, 60. So now you can watch your favorite Major League Baseball team and follow your fantasy players no matter where you live, only with MLB Extra Innings on digital cable. To order, call 888-SPORTS-IN and you'll save $20 off the regular season price. Catch every hit of this big league action for just $149. That's less than $1 a day for the entire season. Don't miss out on this special offer. Call 888-SPORTS-IN now. And remember, when it comes to sports, we're on your team.
You're watching Brewers baseball on FSN North.
Brewers by a pair. Let's answer our Aflac trivia question about 300-game winners. And with regard to being a member of the Chicago Cubs, we're pretty sure Greg Maddux did it because we witnessed it last year. The other one in a Cubs uniform to do it, Grover Cleveland Alexander.
Okay.
So Fergie did it later in his career with maybe Texas.
Ferguson Jenkins. Wow, Grover Cleveland Alexander. That's a while ago.
Did you catch him?
I didn't. I hit him well, though.
Awesome. Big inning here. Obvious to say it, but you have Garcia, Parra, Ramirez, Burnitz. He just had an at-bat, ran the bases just a bit. This is huge right here for Santos. Starting to work his way through the second time through the order as well.
Yeah, this is the Victor Santos, at least for the first 3 innings that we saw last year in the first half. Attacking the strike zone, not trying to be too cute and nibble early in the count. Getting ahead. And then finishing off hitters with that splitter right there. Nice pitch. When that pitch started out, it looked like Garcia Parra had one to hit, but it just disappeared right there. It starts to dive, and Garcia Parra pulling the head comes up empty.
And he got him with an off-speed pitch.
That looked like a changeup right there. I mean, that's a nice pitch. That wasn't even close to being a strike. Those are the kind of pitches from time to time a hitter will go after when a pitcher's ahead in the count. Very nice. Good arm action on that pitch. I mean, that pitch off the corner, and Damian Miller doing a nice job staying in front of it.
Good fastball, folks. 93 miles an hour on our radar gun with a lot of movement. That's about as hard as he'll reach back and get it. By the way, 7 times Fergie Jenkins won 20 games. He didn't win 300 games. 284 wins. Oh, what a beautiful piece of hitting for Aramis Ramirez. This is an extra base hit. He's got 2 doubles today.
All right, how do you defend against that? You got a big power hitter up there. Not a bad pitch by Victor. But that's just a good piece of hitting. I mean, a guy that has an idea up there at the plate, taking what the pitcher gives him, and just does tuck it inside that right field line. Check this out. Point of contact's got to be back in there, and he does a nice job letting the ball back into his zone. And you can see Jenkins shaded around to expect him to pull the baseball. An easy double. Guy can hit.
That's what we were talking about earlier with the just 62 strikeouts last year, playing just about every day. Right fielder Jeff Jenkins still getting comfortable in his first week of regular season action. Missed the cutoff man yesterday that allowed a base runner to advance. But overall doing a nice job in right field. Is that fair?
Well, you don't expect anything else from Jeff. I mean, he's a good athlete, good outfielder, and really, with the arm that he has, he should be a right fielder. Your best throwing outfielder should be in right field. Those are where the longest throws are.
Both those pitches overthrown, and they're high in the zone. 2-0 the count.
Hasn't been often Victor has been down in the count like this, 2-0. He's been ahead most of the day.
And he really can't be down in the count. As you have mentioned so many times, get ahead, and that gets him to the splitter and the changeup. Well, he went off speed there, didn't he?
Yes,
and
he did.
Right over the heart of the plate.
Looked like a bit of a cutter, changeup, or a slider, but Jeremy way out in front, but he got a good piece of it. You know, Mike Maddux always says throw strikes early so you don't have to throw them later. That was a changeup. Perfect pitch in that situation.
Pitching backwards. Hitters looking for a fastball there, folks. Throw him a changeup. Again, watching Santos very closely in this inning. Second time through. Ended the last inning with his at bat. He gets 92 miles an hour there.
Yeah, Burnett's swinging at ball 3. Jeremy Burnett is hitting every one of the Cubs' 5 games so far this year. Has been very consistent with the bat, making contact. That'd be good protection for Aramis Ramirez all season.
There are times, as Bill has educated all of us, that a pitcher will run a move like that not because of the base runner, but because he's indecisive on what he wants to throw.
Change his mind.
Had him reaching for a curveball, and he fouls it off. You know, Burnett's with that tribute to Babe Ruth, and really with the comfortable look, the baggy jersey, the baggy pants, Junior Spivey. His tribute, if you ask him, is more toward Jackie Robinson. And again, similar looks on that uniform, not like the more modernized Aramis Ramirez with the baseball slacks on. Over Junior Spivey's head and into the right field corner. Jenkins' throw is to second, and it keeps Burnett's at first base, but it's now a one-run game, and we talked about it. Big inning of focus here for Victor Santos.
I tell you, that's just a nice job by Jeremy Burnett to pitch up in the strike zone. Just threw the hands at that baseball. Not trying to kill it, just trying to make contact, and right down the line. Check it out. Right down the middle. You can see a nice level swing by Burnett. So let's go with that top hand, and when you let go with the top hand after contact, you keep the bat in the hitting zone a lot longer. It flattens the swing out. And Jeremy has to stay at first base. A good job by Jenkins to get it in.
Three to 2 the score. Derek Lee rolled to short back in the second inning. 0 for 9 in this series. Well, I think he was looking for something else there. That fastball right in on his knuckles.
Derek Lee, a very good low ball hitter. I mean, he's made adjustments as he's matured in the big leagues, but again, you throw him a fastball mid-thigh down around the knees, he's going to smoke it somewhere. You got to get him up and in. A big, tall. Don't let him get his arms extended.
When Lee went to first base the other day and was playing defensively, and Davey Nelson was out there coaching, after an at-bat against Matt Wise, Lee told Davey, "I am so in my head, I don't know what to do with myself." And that's exactly where Victor Santos is trying to put him now. And I think with a guy like Derek Lee, as Matt Wise was able to do, you have to have him really respect that secondary pitch.
Yeah. Well, he's just so into his head, meaning, you know, he's worried about where his hands are. He's caught in between, and you know, he looks for a curveball. He gets a fastball. He's swinging it, pitches out of the strike zone and taking strikes. And every hitter's been there, at least most of them.
Maybe a silly question, but can an at-bat or a game against a perplexing pitcher like that throw you off for a series or 5 or 6 games?
No doubt about it. No, that stuff happens a lot after you face a knuckleballer. Those guys can screw you up for a good week.
And many will say, and at bat against Matt Wise when he's really on with that changeup is like facing a knuckleballer.
Yeah. Just can't wait long enough.
That extra piece of lumber is the new tradition in baseball if Lee breaks his bat. That's not a bad seat either. Can't catch up. 2-2 the count.
Now you can see Derek Lee very frustrated with himself because that fastball is right down the middle. I mean, down the middle of the plate, a little bit below the belt. I would imagine, you know, in the first game of the season, that ball might end up in the seats. You don't want to throw too many fastballs in this league right there. He got away with it, though.
I like that, in this league.
You don't get many of those back.
And so he goes outside with a fastball and misses. 3-2. A run in on the RBI single by Jeremy Burnitz here in the 4th inning.
Good time for that split-fingered fastball. Burnett's probably going to be taken off on the pitch. Going to strike him out, throw him out.
He takes off. It looked like a splitter that never got there. And he clearly overthrew it. Mike Maddox. Time for a visit. Don't forget, on Saturday, April the 16th, as the Brewers battle the Cardinals, the first 10,000 kids 16 and under will receive a Brewers comic book that teaches the kids the dangers of chewing tobacco. Compliments of the Wisconsin Dental Association. For ticket information, call 414-902-4000 or visit us online at MilwaukeeBrewers.com.
Grossmouth is back.
Grossmouth, are you in the comic book this year?
I don't think so. They didn't give me, they didn't clear it with me anyway. You think they have to, or just do it?
I don't think they have to. There's a Crew fan. There's a Brewers fan. He's a fan of Brewers fans, that man. You work hard enough, you can grab a ticket to one of these games. You've got to work and hit the hip as well. After the visit, back to work, strike one. And if anything, maybe just a great breather there for Santos to calm his nerves.
Yeah, well, Maddox has a way of going out there and calming you down. You know, pitcher grinding a little bit, not sure where his pitches are going. Greg, or I should say, Mike was out there,
brother,
with the patented, hand on the shoulder.
And there's the other brother. Couple of beautiful pitches, 0-2. I'll tell you what, the struggling that he did this spring with a double-digit ERA most of the time had some different camps in that coach's office that were saying maybe Victor Santos should make this club. Maybe he should be pitching in AAA to start the season.
You know what, Ned Yost, Mike Maddox never did waver.
No.
I mean, never wavered. They were convinced that, Victor was just having a rough spring.
And he strikes him out after the visit on 3 pitches.
And that's the kind of consistency that you have to have with your manager and pitching coach. I mean, you just can't show any element of doubt. And that's what they did. Victor pitched well in his last start in spring and has pitched pretty well here today. He hasn't pitched in a while. It's been a while for Victor. It was a Friday night?
Yes.
Over a week ago, and you don't like to see that, but the way the schedule's set up, you have to pitch Ben as much as you can. And Victor's pitched very well, considering he hasn't pitched in a while.
Pitching in that exhibition series against the Chicago White Sox last weekend.
Everybody gets bounced around a little bit in the beginning part of the season, except your #1 starter, and that's Ben Sheets. He will stay on every 5th day.
One and one to count on Michael Barrett. Barrett rolled into a double play back in the 2nd inning. And don't have any sort of a letdown after that strikeout if you're Victor Santos. This is not your average 8-hole hitter.
He's got a lot of pop in his bat. You make a mistake, he will hit it on out of here.
Driven into center field. Clark has to trickle back just shy of the warning track, and he's got it. And a nice job by Victor Santos. Did allow the run off the single by Jeremy Burnitz.
You're a do-it-yourselfer, but you're never quite sure what the next it will be? Then Hobo is your store. At Hobo, we're constantly taking in new kitchen and bathroom inventory, and our no-frills warehouse-style outlet store means you pay less. 10 to 50% less than the other guys. This is Jim the Hobo Guy. When it comes time to fix up your kitchen or bathroom, you never know what you will find at Hobo, but you will always find it for less.
We're back to the final table of championship poker, where Kenny the Shark Stark has gone all in against the champ.
Now, Marv, Kenny is in very good shape here with 16 chances to win.
And here's the turn.
Oh, it's a 6. That's absolutely no help for the Shark.
He'll need an ace, king, or diamond.
Or the Shark is dead in the water.
Introducing Championship Poker, the new $5 instant game from the Wisconsin Lottery. It's all the fun of poker in one card.
The Brewers have won the American League pennant. About that one, folks.
I haven't missed a game since 1983.
3,000 for Robin.
I was born and raised in Milwaukee. I love the Brewers.
Get up! Get out of here! Go!
I love it. It's a major passion in my life.
When I'm sitting here in Miller Park, there is absolutely no place I would rather be.
Go Brewers.
Go Brewers.
Go Brewers.
The Brewers now offer exciting new 9-packs starting at $108. Call 414-902-4100 or visit MilwaukeeBrewers.com today.
Brewers baseball on FSN North is presented by Wisconsin Lottery and Powerball, the power to make your day. And by Miller. There's good enough and there's better than it has to be. Miller, good call. As we fly in to the Windy City, we fly in our score, and for Brewers fans, the news is good. It is a 3-2 lead on top of future Hall of Famer Greg Maddux. Junior Spivey, Lyle Overbay, each with home runs. And on a double play ground out by Bill Hall, Jeff Jenkins scoring in the second. And there are the numbers. Back to the top of the order, third time through for the Brewers. Brady Clark, Junior Spivey, and Lyle Overbay, strike one.
Yeah, 3 walks by Victor Santos. One of those have come around to score, but the other 2 so far getting lucky. How many times do you see those things come around to score a run on you, those walks? You just can't do it.
Brady 0 for 2, 2 for 16 to start the season. But he's also walked 4 times and been hit 3 times. And safe to say he's scuffled a bit in this series. Had a big first game, hit and drew a couple of walks. He was hit a couple of times. Let's see if they can throw him out. No way. That's an infield hit for Brady Clark, and good to see.
Hey, that's what you get from Brady Clark. He's not going to hit too many out of the ballpark, but very rarely is he going to strike out. Even on an 0-1 pitch. I mean, Brady very defensive up there at the plate. Not a lot of move with that front foot. Able to get it over Maddux and kind of thread the needle between the shortstop and second baseman. So leadoff base runner for the Brewers for the 3rd time today.
Brady Clark has a couple of stolen bases this year. He's been caught once. You can expect something to get going right away. And so does Dusty Baker. 3 pitch outs?
3 pitch outs today. I mean, I think it was 1 in the first inning, actually 1 in the second, third, and 1 in the 5th inning. Again, the opposition has been very successful throughout Maddox's career in stealing bases.
Base hit left field. Junior Spivey 3 for 3. And now we remind you one more time, he is 10 for 16 in his career against Greg Maddux.
Isn't that something? I mean, that's pretty good on your resume.
Huh.
You sit back and you know, you're about 60 years old bouncing the grandkids. You know, I own Greg Maddux. He's in the Hall of Fame. Oh boy.
And as we told you, his first year in the big leagues had a 5-hit game against the Braves, with Greg Maddux on the mound surrendering 4 of those hits.
I don't believe there's going to be some activity down in that Cubs bullpen pretty soon. I mean, 9 hits for the Brewers already against Maddux. A couple of home runs, and they're swinging the bats pretty well. 1 strikeout, 1 walk. Maddux not a guy that's going to strike out too many guys, and I would imagine Barrett and Greg Maddux maybe contemplating the possibility of a sacrifice bunt. What do you think? I don't think so.
Now, Ned Yost asked Russell Branyan to sack bunt the other day as wine connoisseur Glendon Rush warms in the pen. So you never know.
Man, not with your third hitter.
I agree,
your third
but
hitter,
you never know.
Your best all-around hitter. I mean, you got ducks on the pond. Let him swing. I mean, these are the guys you want to have up. You know, Lyle, Carlos Lee, and Jenkins with men on base. Why waste an out?
Couldn't agree with you more. Pulled the string on him there, and it's 1-1. Lyle Overbay grounded to second and blasted one out of here back in the third inning. He's got 4 hits in this series. And there's his bodyguard. And he will be all year long. Let's see if Lee can turn it over. Nomar to Maddox. They don't get it.
Oh, close. Maddox thought he had him.
And he calls time to argue.
He calls timeout to give himself time to argue, but very close at first base. Ted Barrett down there calling him safe.
We're going to show it to you. Maddox very athletic. We've mentioned those 14 gold gloves. Nomar fired a BB to Greg.
Oh, he's out. That's not even close. Wow. How do you miss that call? Thank you very much. I mean, he's out by a good half step. I mean, that's a blown call at first base.
You know, we're going to try and look at it again. You could see his foot slipping a bit, but he's so athletic that it appeared that he readjusted his foot right there.
He's out. I mean, he's got his foot on the bag. I mean, the Brewers with a huge break right there. I mean, that is huge. And instead of 2 outs and a man at third, Brewers still in business.
And with Carlos Lee with the at-bat. I tell you, we'd be playing it over and over again and praising Maddox if they would have called him out, which was the proper call. That's a great play by a pitcher there.
A great play, and you know what? It's also good presence of mind to call timeout before you start arguing.
Defense is straight up, as you can see, for Lee as he belts one into center field. Corey Patterson trickling back. This should score a run, and it does. And a big one.
The benefit of that non-call at first base, or the missed call at first base, gives the Brewers the opportunity to score the run. Should have been 3 outs. Doesn't take Carlos Lee long to drive that run in. You see the slip, the toe on the bag, and the catch. He's out. And in first pitch, Carlos Lee drives him in.
Like a hungry man after a hard day's work, heading toward that kitchen, smelling dinner. Carlos Lee, is anyone smelling RBI better?
Yeah, those are freebies out there. They say they're freebies with a man at third, less than 2 outs. And when you make contact like Carlos, he's going to get him in most of the time.
That, folks, is how you drive in 100. It's not all singles, doubles, and homers. That really is how you drive in 100 runs.
Yep. You take the ones when they're presented to you. You don't try and do too much. Did try and pull it. Hit it hard somewhere.
And now he finds some friends to chat with about it.
Probably say, you notice I didn't try and pull that ball, hit it right back to the box, think center field.
Walker to Garcia Parra. The inning with the blown call benefits the Brewers. Carlos Lee with his 6th RBI of the year. 4-2.
Weekly on FSN North. Every Monday, we live all the week's biggest hits and spectacular plays. Plus, catch an in-depth preview of what's on deck for the matchups ahead. Brewers Weekly, Mondays at 6:30 on FSN North.
I want to take a little break in the action and tell you about my friends at the Good Feet store. Ever since I was a player, I've had constant pain in the balls of my feet, my arches, my heels, even my neck. From waking up in the morning hobbling out of bed to broadcasting games at night, I was in constant pain. I thought it was just something I was going to have to live with. And then I went to the Good Feet store. Thanks to them, my feet and legs are feeling great. Even my neck pain is gone. Do what I did. Stop in at your local Good Feet store and feel good again.
It's a wonderful world. I'm just walking on air. Talk of heaven on earth. I've got more than my share. Haven't got a care.
Rico dependability moves your ideas forward.
It's a wonderful
Changes too.
loving wonderful you.
Trucks and athletes are a lot alike. They both play hard.
Tough. They get dirty.
Toyota's got your player, the all-new 05 Tacoma.
Bring on the muscle.
So much muscle, it was named 2005 Motor Trend Truck of the Year.
That's a big deal. Go Big T.
Or go for the rugged 4Runner, available with a beefy V8 for hardcore adventures.
It's big, B-I-G, and it's bad, B-A-D.
You want a sure-footed, powerful truck? Toyota's your winner.
He shoots, he scores.
Toyota, moving forward.
Hoping to have that sign in my living room by year's end. How appropriate is that? We're certainly glad you're with us. Don't miss the Miller Lite Beer Pen every Friday, including April the 15th against the Cardinals. Fans 21 or older will receive a Miller Lite Beer Pen right field Loge bleacher ticket and a Brewers t-shirt, and it's only $10. You have to have some Miller products as well to go with it. Call 414-902-4000 for tickets. Greg Maddux is done. As the Brewers like their spot on the flagpole right now, no doubt about that.
Lonely at the top, isn't it?
Before yesterday's loss, the lone undefeated team in Major League Baseball at 3-0, now 3-1. Jerry Hairston Jr. hitless this year, takes strike one. 5 innings of work for Greg Maddux.
You haven't seen Greg Maddux throw like that against the Brewers ever. I mean, the Brewers had opportunities just about every inning. Not very good command of the strike zone from Maddux. Pitches up in the zone, making mistakes on 2 strike pitches. But again, that's when you get Greg Maddux, early in the year and early in the game.
And they did, and he is gone. And a bullpen that is still trying to learn itself a little bit. That Cubs bullpen will go to work. Lined right to Branyan. Right on the nose, and Russell is there. Make sure to be with us tomorrow for opening day at Miller Park. Yes, it's the home opener, and aren't we glad? We'll be kicking things off tomorrow. 1:05 first pitch. We'll be coming your way with the ball game on 1 o'clock on FSN North. Doug Davis looks to improve to 2-0. Kip Wells on the mound for the Pirates. It will be great to be back home.
I am very happy that the Brewers elected to get the 1 o'clock starts for opening day. Back to the old days. I like that.
What kind of forecast do we have?
Nice. Does it matter really?
Well,
for tailgating, I guess.
That's why I'm thinking. That's a big tailgating day.
It's supposed to be nice. Can't really argue with the weather so far this year, huh?
No.
Pittsburgh, very nice. And here in Chicago, not a cloud in the sky.
That would be the sky. And we're looking for clouds.
The sky's almost as bright as that shirt you're wearing, partner.
Not quite, though.
I mean, I'm impressed with that get-up you got. I mean, that's a bold statement. That's a man saying, you know what? I'm confident in myself. Beautiful. I'm going to take a page out of your book.
3-1 the count on Corey Patterson. You know what that is? Actually, that's me saying if I must wear a shirt and tie, then I must have fun with it.
That's right.
He's not having as much fun right now. You can tell it's not that that's an upset Ned Yost. That's a Ned Yost with the wheels turning, thinking about Santos.
Well, 4 walks. I mean, that's something that you're not very often going to be able to overcome. 84 pitches. The ball strike ratio not all that great. He's thrown a lot of pitches.
By the way, again, the line on Maddox: 5 innings, 9 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned. Had that error involved back in the 2nd inning. And Maddox with 1 walk, 1 strikeout. He allowed 2 home runs. And his ERA after work today is 7.20. John Smoltz, by the way, a 15 strikeout effort. I got to check an update on that score. A 15 strikeout effort. As he was knocked out in the 8th inning of work, his club is down 6-1. Pedro Martinez looking to win it. It's the 9th inning in Atlanta. And Smoltz's ERA is 8 to start the season in his first 2 starts. Looking into that blue sky, Brady Clark puts that one away for the 2nd out.
Now, Victor's been getting away with a lot of split-fingered fastballs up in the strike zone. I think they're hanging just enough to get a lot of these Cub hitters underneath it and popping it up. I mean, that's a pitch that Todd Walker ordinarily is going to drive somewhere. I mean, that's right down the heart of the plate, middle in and up in the zone, and Walker, you can see, upset with himself. He should have hit it a lot harder than that.
This is the 3rd time he's seen no more as we work here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And a slider, looked like a slider or a curveball, hit him. I think it was a curveball that he just overthrew.
Yeah, it was a breaking ball, something off speed. But the problem is you've got now 1st and 2nd, and Aramis Ramirez coming up. Yeah, curveball, slider, one of them. And now you got big problems with Aramis Ramirez up there with men on base. I'll tell you, Cubs will take that any day. Garcia Parra not swinging it all that well, and Ramirez red hot.
Mike Maddox visited last inning, and when he did, there were runners on 1st and 2nd. After that, Santos settled down to strike out Hollingsworth and get Baird to fly out to center field. Left-handed specialist Tommy Phelps, who finally got a day off yesterday, goes to work in the bullpen. Worked in 3 of the Brewers' first 4 games. Who's saying the Brewers don't need a lefty in their pen? And he is there for Burnitz, by the way.
And Ned Yost deciding to go with those 12 pitchers because of all the left-handers in the lineups for the Cubs and the Pirates early in the season.
That's a passed ball, and that's inopportune to say the least. Holy smokes.
Not exactly sure what happened there. Damian reached for it and right off the end of the glove. Yeah, that's huge right there. Just off the webbing, and now it's 2nd and 3rd.
Single ties this game now. That opens up a base, but you have Burnitz in the on-deck circle, and you don't ever want to work the go-ahead run on. They're going to have to attack him. Splitter misses outside.
I wouldn't give him too much to hit. I mean, if you got to make a decision as to who you want to face, I got to believe it would be Burnitz against a left-hander.
Oh, there's your key. I think you go get Phelps, right?
You get Phelps if Ramirez gets on.
Well, that's a pretty good pitch.
I don't think they're going to go after him. I mean, why mess around, right? You don't want to put the go-ahead run on base, but it's very apparent that Victor wants no part of Ramirez here.
On the flip side, you're bringing in a man from the bullpen who must throw strikes with the bases loaded. down the middle.
Wasn't looking for that, was he? I mean, he got all charged out. He was thinking, Ramirez, thinking they're not going to give me anything to hit. And that pitch right down the middle. Wow. Look at that. Don't throw that again.
See if they throw him a splitter here. See if he'll chase. How about a splitter? You like that one?
I like the splitter, but you know what? I don't like the splitter because he hasn't really thrown him that effectively today. They've been all up in the zone.
The 3-2 pitch from Santos. On the ground, right side. Spivey, Overbay. To the dugout go the Brewers. And he made a perfect pitch down and away. Didn't let him get his extended hands on a baseball he could pull. Like Houdini. He's like Houdini.
We have questions about taste loss.
We're afraid to ask.
Don't be afraid. There are no stupid questions when it comes to taste loss.
Can you get taste loss from the foosball table?
I stand corrected. That is a stupid question. Get the facts at PreventTasteLoss.com. Protect yourself from taste loss with a great tasting, less filling Miller Lite with more taste than Bud Light and half the carbs. Miller. Good call.
Presenting excuses to watch more Major League Baseball. But they spent all that time carving those little bats out of trees. I would go to the gym, but I think it's closed till October. I could take up extreme taxidermy instead. You'll need all the excuses you can get with MLB Extra Innings on digital cable. Enjoy up to 60 games a week and follow your favorite team no matter where you live. Call 888-SPORTS-IN now to order for just $149. When it comes to sports, we're on your team. Presenting excuses to watch more Major League Baseball. Aren't the kids old enough to change their own diapers? Crush a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, then you can have my attention. I promise I'll stop watching at halftime. You'll need all the excuses you can get with MLB Extra Innings on digital cable. Enjoy up to 60 games a week and follow your favorite team no matter where you live. Call 888-SPORTS-IN now to order for just $149. When it comes to sports, we're on your team.
Sports Network, where Wisconsin fans come first. FSN North.
He didn't give in, Bill, but he certainly didn't throw a pitch that would be deemed a stupid pitch. A perfect pitch out of the zone.
I think nothing messes up a hitter on a 3-1 count than a fastball right down the middle, not expecting. You can see the way Victor has him expanding his strike zone. Look at the butt. He's just reaching out there, losing all of his power. When you get the body moving toward third base and you're reaching, you're not going to be able to generate a lot of power. And an easy out at second base. Boy, that's a huge pitch for Victor Santos. Set up on that 3-1 pitch right down the middle of the plate. And for whatever reason, I mean, you're sitting 3-1 in that situation. You're thinking, I'm not swinging at anything that's not right down the middle.
And the pitch is
you
right
got to
down
wonder
the
what he was looking for.
Yeah.
My thing is, I got to believe that he wasn't expecting a strike to be thrown.
What kind of stuff does Todd Wellmeyer have?
Got a good sinking fastball, a lot of sliders, and a changeup. Making his third appearance of the season.
Damian Miller takes a pitch. 1-0 the count as it misses. Butch Weiniger talking the other day about some of the hard throws coming out of the pen, and Wellmeyer one of them on that day Friday, saying I was surprised they threw so many off-speed pitches. That's not one there. And that's the reason that you see right there, 94 miles an hour. He said, I thought we'd see almost all canned heat.
Yeah, you wonder why. You know, saw Kerry Wood on Friday throwing an awful lot of sliders. Oh, when you can bring it in the mid-90s and you got good sink on it like Wellmeyer, you wonder why you get beat on breaking balls all the time. I mean, you got to trust your fastball. Victor Santos just showed you that he trusts his fastball, and he throws his in the mid-low 90s.
That was a slider, and that one is belted deep left field and gone. Why, oh, why do you do it? The Brewers will take it.
On a 1-2 pitch, the pitch before, a nasty sinking fastball, and he hung a slider, and Damian drove it out of here in the left center. Boy, pitch selection. You wonder what goes through the head of some of these guys. I mean, the pitch before that was one of the nastiest, hardest sinkers that you'll see. And the only thing he can do with a pitch like that is beat it into the ground. He hangs his slider.
And then he comes back and does that.
Check it out. You see Barrett on the outside corner. Look at that pitch, where it ends up, right down the middle of the plate.
Damien's first home run and first RBI of the season. First home run as a Brewer. That's got to be a nice feeling. 5-2, Milwaukee leads it. As Russell sends it up our way. Out of West Salem, Wisconsin, that man. First home run of the season, first as a Brewer. Smiles, everybody, for now anyway. I think you like him, don't you?
Yeah, well, Damien, he's a throwback. He's a guy that is hard-nosed. He likes to have a good time when, you know, you're in a clubhouse or you're on the bus or the charter, but when he's between those lines and he's back there with the stuff on, don't mess around. Three home runs for the Brewers, unfortunately all solo shots.
West Salem, Wisconsin. About 5,000 population.
You ever been through lacrosse?
Yes, sir.
Beautiful. Very nice. Take that route on my way or on our way between Milwaukee and Minneapolis from time to time. Gorgeous. Riverways up there, lakes. I know you're into scenery, aren't you?
I'm into scenery. I'm into singles as well, like that one.
You're an outdoorsman?
No. 2 hits for Russell Branyan.
You like to look at the outdoors?
Yes, I do. I love to look at the ocean.
There's a start. Again, was that another slider?
There's no way that was. I must admit I didn't catch it on the monitor. Maybe they'll show it to us again here in a moment.
Russell went down and got it and was able to bang it into right field. That looked like it had to be a fastball. It was a fastball. Barrett wanted it up and in and ended up down and away.
Slider, strike one to Bill Hall. Hall rolled into a double play in the second inning, but that played it a run. Jeff Jenkins scored. The bases were loaded, and he singled in the fourth.
Oh, Troy Hawkins making a tape ball.
Boy, you remember those?
What a waste of tape.
I don't know though. That's a good tape ball. You can have a good tape ball game with it. Is that really a waste?
He's taking his time. What do you play with that?
Well, maybe you know, give it to the Cubs kids. Let them play tape ball with it. This kid used to do that a lot. I tell you, every time I hear the pop of that catcher's mitt, I go back to that slider to Damian Miller. That's 94 knee high on the black, and Bill Hall wanted nothing to do with it.
Yeah. Good stuff.
That's what Butch Weiniger was talking about almost prophetically this morning. Oh, good slider now, though. Nope, threw him a fastball. He's not wanting to throw it anymore. If anybody will, when he's scuffling, fish at a slider, it's this man. The pride of Nettleton, Mississippi. You can call him Slash now because he will play all over the diamond for the Brewers. There's a slider, not even close.
Oh, that's where that slider to Damian Miller, I would imagine, was supposed to be. On a 1-2 count, he probably tried to bounce it, but he overthrew it and ended up right down the middle of the plate, and Damian made him pay. They're going to get some run production out of the catcher's spot this year.
Hall drives that one deep to right center field. And Russell will have to get back. You've got to like Bill Hall. He did it all spring long and has continued to do it. Even when he lined into a hard line drive double play the other day. He's using the whole field.
Yep. Concentrating on letting the ball get to him, not pulling ahead, trying to jerk the ball out of the ballpark. Check out the location. You know, middle in, ordinarily a pitch that you would expect Bill to try and pull, but with 2 strikes, thinking right field, and just got under it a little bit.
Don't forget, youngsters 14 and under join the Pepsi Kids Club for just $15. Here's the deal. You receive the official club t-shirt, cap, and a lanyard, plus 6 Terrace Reserve ticket vouchers. It's a $90 value. It's just $15. Call 414-902-4000 to join. Victor Santos is done for the day as Glendon Rush warms up. And Wes Helms, who has seen very little action so far this season, is called upon to pinch hit. He had an opportunity to plate a run on Friday. The runner on first and third, and struck out on 3 pitches, gets another chance. Hits it hard right on the ground, though. 6-4, dig 3. That's why you don't throw that slider. That sinker's nasty. Great outing by that man.
Winning experience from the Wisconsin Lottery.
Michael Call of Oshkosh won $45,000 on Badger 5.
Bella Delina, Bella Delina, beautiful jellybeans from Clemens. The very freshest flavors sliced right before your eyes. What you create is art. You taste what we need. It's a beautiful meal. Bella Delina. Bella Delina.
Bella Delina, featured exclusively in the deli at Century.
At Menards, we guarantee the lowest prices on the best selection. Keep floors clean with Rubbermaid push brooms. Choose from rough, smooth, or multi-surface. Just $4.99 each after rebate. Blast away dirt with a Karcher gas pressure washer. A 2000 PSI model is $179. This 2400 PSI washer is only $337. Plus, don't pay till 2006 with your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
Lurking somewhere in this small business is a competitive edge. An invisible asset that turns their most basic tool into their most productive one. It's not their phone. It's how they use it. SBC Business Unlimited. $48.95 a month flat for unlimited long-distance toll and local calls. Hundreds of thousands of others have Business Unlimited. Do you?
The bullpen now in charge of this game. Maddox and Santos started, and the Cubs are hoping that they can have another starting pitcher back soon. Mark Pryor did some work this morning, and working in a simulated game. All the reports were good. Physically healthy after pitching, getting knocked around a little bit in a minor league game earlier this week. They have not decided yet if, in fact, he will throw against the Padres here at Wrigley Field. It'll be Jake Peavy, and it could be Mark Pryor. They don't know if he will throw in the minor leagues again or here in the big leagues.
Well, it's been one thing after another for Mark Pryor. I mean, when he's healthy, he's one of the best. And part of a very solid rotation for the Chicago Cubs.
And part of a very solid bullpen early in the season. Tommy Phelps comes on for the 4th time this year. And the well-traveled left-hander, like the rest of his bullpen mates, unscored upon.
Yeah, doing a nice job, but it seems like every time he comes in, he has trouble throwing strikes early on. He's only walked 1, but he'll get behind 2-0, 3-0, and all of a sudden then find the plate. Like he's doing now.
Which, Bill, sorry to interrupt you, scares you when you rewind back to that last inning if the bases would have been loaded.
Right. One thing you've got to do when you come out of the bullpen, obviously, I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist, but when there are men on base, you can't be walking batters.
But if you were a rocket scientist, you'd be quite a diverse pitcher. Right? I mean, imagine that if you were actually a big league pitcher and a rocket scientist. That's a strike. That one is rocketed off the wall.
All right, that was a four-seam fastball right down the middle of the plate, and Burnett's hammered it. Jeremy off to a good start with his new club. Boy, that's one thing you want. You know, you come over to a new club, you're filling in, you're replacing Sammy Sosa, a future Hall of Famer, and you just hope you get off to a good start, and Burnett has certainly done that. Ringing double into the gap. Always remember when Jeremy was a Brewer, when he finished high, good things ordinarily happen. He's got good extension.
So Phelps goes back to work against Derek Lee, who fouls that one into the catcher's mitt. 5 innings of work for Santos, by the way. 3 hits, 2 runs, and they were earned. 4 walks, 3 strikeouts. Victor threw 93 pitches.
Not a bad outing. I mean, I think he got away with some pitches that were up in the zone. His splitter wasn't acting the way he would like it to. But in general, you got to believe a good outing if you leave the game with the lead.
And again, to remind you, Victor Santos last year, as he heads to the showers with a successful outing today, in 4 starts was 3-1 with a 2.08 ERA against the Cubs.
The other thing to take into consideration is the fact that Victor hadn't thrown in a while. I mean, for a finesse pitcher, a guy that relies on, keeping the ball down and hitting the corners, he didn't pitch for over a week. So, all in all, a good outing for Victor.
We have Hollingsworth on deck, and so Phelps, obviously the lefty, that's why he's facing Lee here. But Ed Yost thinking, I better get a righty going just in case I need one down the road.
Yeah, you just can't continue to get behind in the count. Everybody in this Cub lineup can take you deep.
Carlos Lee managed to freeze Burnett's. A little bit of a decoy there. That ball really almost hit too hard to drive him in, though.
A 3-1 pitch, a ringing double in right, a 2-1 count, and a base hit to left. Got to get ahead. There it is. Derek Lee hits it right on the nose, and Tommy Phelps lucky to get that one back. Little sinking liner out in the left. Hit too hard for Jeremy to score.
Well, it's been 3 innings of scary innings for Brewers pitchers, and they have worked off the hook. Santos did, and each time it's been Maddox having that path to the mound. And in the other dugout for the first 5 innings, his brother took the path to and fro the dugout. Brother gone, elder brother still working. Veteran hurler Ricky Bottalico working quickly as well.
Cubs have had opportunities in every inning except really the second and third. Victor faced 6 batters in innings 2 and 3. Other than that, it's been a struggle.
Lefty-lefty matchup here. Not even close. A decade in the minor leagues for Tommy Phelps. And a couple of years ago, he finally broke through with the Florida Marlins. And had service time in the big leagues up and down both 03 and 04. Looking for a job this winter. A last-minute decision to make this club. And the Brewers bullpen is scored upon for the first time this early season. With a base hit into left field.
And really, the reason that Tommy Phelps made the club was for situations like this, and the fact that the Cubs have a lot of left-handed hitters. Not able to get it done, has yet to record an out.
And no surprise here. I mean, in to face Burnett's. You left him in against Lee, and then the other lefty, Hollingsworth. If you can't get those 2 lefties out, got to go to another option in the pen, and Ricky Bottalico is ready. So the Brewers bullpen has now been scored upon for the first time this year. Ned Yost hopes that's it.
Nice.
I'll be right back. Watch my seat, huh?
Yeah, I got him. Sorry, my buddy's sitting there. Hello?
be fine.
What'd I miss?
Just a little D.
The stakes are high on the Poker Superstars 2. Now the weekly tournament heats up as the world's best players go all in for their piece of a purse worth over $1.2 million. The game's biggest stars at one table at one time. And the only place you can see it is FSN. The Poker Superstars 2 tournament continues tonight.
This is the Sports List
With Summer Sanders.
the show that counts down anything
And everything.
in the world of sports.
The most shocking upsets, the best sports heroes, the sexiest athletes, the biggest sports scandals, and much more. Hosted by Summer Sanders.
Every night, a new list.
Every night, a new argument. The Sports List, weeknights on FSN.
The veteran left-hander couldn't get it done. Now let's go to the other side, a veteran right-hander, 35-year-old Ricky Bottalico, who rediscovered himself with the New York Mets last year and has pitched effectively so far this season.
Well, the elder statesman of that bullpen down there for the Brewers. Fastball, overhand curveball. He's got his work cut out for him here. 2 men on and nobody out.
Phelps looks at a couple of possible earned runs standing on the diamond. There they are. Lee and Hundley. And the pitch is low to Michael Barrett. Neifi Perez, pesky hitter. One of those guys you hate to face in these situations, waits on deck.
And one of those guys when all you need is a base hit, you hate to face. Yeah.
Barrett 0 for 2, double play, and a fly out to center field. Scouting report on Bottalico, please.
He doesn't throw as hard as he used to, but he will throw the fastball 90, 91 miles an hour. He's got to get it down. And a big overhand curveball. He's got a very good curveball. That's his best pitch, but he has to be ahead in the count in order to use it effectively. That's his strikeout pitch, that big curveball. Throws it hard with a big break.
And there you see the Brewers went more than a full game of innings before allowing a run, this first run here. Well, they're thinking about moving him up. The Brewers were ready, but it's a ball.
Yeah, I was surprised that Michael Barrett wasn't bunting from the beginning. Yeah, you got the couple of men on, nobody out. They say you play for the win on the road and the tie at home. Yes, even in the 6th inning.
Undrafted free agent signed back in '91 by the Phillies. And that's some big save seasons for Philadelphia in the mid-90s. Disappeared for a while, and as we mentioned, had a big year with the Mets last year. And I know why you get along with him, Bill. I have seen you guys chatting already. He's a former college catcher.
Yeah.
He's got kind of a catcher's mentality.
Which means he's a smart guy, basically. Not your typical pitcher.
Not necessarily a rocket scientist, though. Ouch. That one hit him. He overthrew that one. And with that run high and inside, it got him. Ricky's thinking, did that hit the bat? That's what he's asking.
Yeah. Tried to overthrow that pitch. Brewers have not been able to get ahead in the count in this inning. Well, still nobody out. Overthrowing the fastball, and not sure if it got the hand or the bat. Got the hand, bottom hand. Sounds like the bat, but it got the hand.
Nobody out. Go-ahead run is on first in the form of Michael Barrett. And Neifi Perez takes strike one.
Now you gladly trade a double play for a run here. Try and minimize the damage.
Lee, Hollingsworth, and Barrett are the base runners. And And the slider bounces in there, 1-1. They'll throw a slider along with that curveball.
Not too many.
Former catcher at Central Connecticut State University. And some pop waiting in the on-deck circle. One and two the count.
Got to be careful with the breaking ball in this situation when you're ahead in 1-2. Niffy Perez just trying to spray the ball somewhere, just trying to make contact. You hang that pitch, it becomes very hittable.
Only out they can get is at first, and another run comes across the score.
And he went with a curveball.
It's a 5-4 game.
Got it up in the strike zone, and Niffy Perez just trying to make contact. Drives in another run. Not a bad pitch, but again, Niffy Perez just trying to put it in play, and he does.
Junior looking for his defensive positioning. They want him backed up. Boy, he was moving as that pitch came home, and it misses low and inside. He couldn't get the attention of the dugout, and he was backpedaling as Metallica was pitching home.
Had a big old shift. Bill Hall almost on behind second base.
There's what Bill's talking about there. Left side wide open. Off speed, evens it up at 1-1.
Not a room between third and short, but Corey Patterson's scouting report, if it goes the other way, it's ordinarily in the air. Not on the ground.
Boy, this is going to be a tough play for Spivey. He can't make it. It's a tie game. The Brewers may go to bed tonight winners, but Victor Santos will not.
Identical. I mean, that's the benefit. Corey Patterson just putting the ball in play, runs so well. Curveball, he just chops it in front of home plate, and the way he runs, no chance for Junior. Hit it on the ground and run. When you got speed like Patterson, that's why the Cubs would love to see him make some more contact.
And now Todd Walker with one out and runners on first and third. Just in case, and it doesn't work. All three of those runs are charged to Tommy Phelps. Burnett's doubled, Lee singled, Hollandsworth singled. That chased Phelps from the game. And the Brewers bullpen that hadn't allowed a run in more than 11 innings coming into action has recorded one out in this inning and allowed 3.
Cubs have been knocking on the door since the 4th inning.
Yes, they have.
I mean, they've had many
to be fair, you're right.
They've had many opportunities. Walks, base hits, hit batters. The Brewers have hit 2 batters, and walked a bunch.
And folks, a ton of baseball left. The game has not been at a rapid pace. Only the 6th inning. A lot of pitches thrown by both pitchers. Welcome to another classic matchup at Wrigley Field between these two clubs.
Best is yet to come.
If you've just tuned in, we'll just tell you you've missed nothing. Right down the middle.
Greg Maddux wiggles himself off the hook, huh?
So he will remain in his career 305 and 175.
And 10-2 against the Brewers.
Yes, sir. Todd Walker was 1 for 5 yesterday after a big opening day against the Diamondbacks. Ed Yost this spring talking about his bullpen. The last few members saying nobody really jumped off and impressed us. And the bullpen was almost chosen by default. A big struggle for the last, especially 2 weeks of spring training.
Yeah. Mike Adams had a couple of rough outings, but he pitched well in his first save opportunity on Friday.
Patterson, who stole 32 last year, definitely a threat to run. Perfect time to get something going in that area. Draw a throw, make a throw by Miller, get into play, see what happens.
Yeah, good fastball by Battalica. When you throw as many curveballs as he does, you're more effective with the fastball when you run it in on the hands of the hitter. They're going to slow the bat down just a little bit when you come inside. They speed the bat up with a curveball. Much easier to get to a fastball away than it is inside when you've been fed a lot of curveballs.
Oh, this is a good at bat by Walker. Last year, Todd Walker made it into 89 games for the Cubs, and in those 89 games, he had 15 home runs and drove in 50 runs.
It's a good hitter. No, you can hit in this game. They're going to find a spot for you, and they're going to get you some playing time.
That man has no trouble finding a spot. He's got a far superior defender, I would argue, at second in Hairston, but not as proven offensively. Outside.
Now Corey Patterson's going to take off at first base, which makes the chance of a double play that much more difficult. And on a ground ball, you're probably going to score a run.
Well, that had them coming out of their seats. Well foul, though. Another capacity crowd here at Wrigley Field, and they have not been disappointed.
They love their Cubbies, don't they?
Most of the time. they were giving him a hard time on Friday.
Yeah, well.
They loved him yesterday.
What have you done for me lately?
Puts the Brewers back in the dugout, and what a job by Ricky Battalico on that double play. He almost kicked it, though, out of play. Thank goodness he didn't.
What is taste loss?
Am I at risk?
I thought the government wiped out taste loss in the 1950s.
If you have questions, we have the answers for you.
How can we fight taste loss?
Protect yourself with a great tasting, less filling Miller Lite with more taste than Bud Light and half the carbs. And please keep asking questions.
Is now a good time to talk about taste loss?
Anytime is a good time to talk about taste loss. Miller, good call.
Morales with a new baseball.
Chris,
Number 1-2 pitch to Ryan. Slide
are you in here?
Second, two ups and into the glove of Gargiulo. There's out number 1.
where are you? I need help.
23,381. I don't think too many people have left.
When people can't find you, they can't interrupt you.
And you won't want any interruptions when you have up to 60 games a week to choose from.
Yeah, that's right, 60.
So now you can watch your favorite Major League Baseball team and follow your fantasy players no matter where you live, only with MLB Extra Innings on digital cable. To order, call 888-SPORTS-IN and you'll save $20 off the regular season price. Catch every hit of this big league action for just $149. That's less than $1 a day for the entire season. Don't miss out on this special offer. Call 888-SPORTS-IN now. And remember, when it comes to sports, we're on your team.
You're watching FSN North.
Well, we got a tie game here at Wrigley Field, and it's a story of solo home runs for the Brewers. Junior Spivey getting the Brewers going in the first. Lyle Overbay in the third, a solo shot to right, and Damian Miller on a 1-2 hanging slider from Wellmeyer in the gap in left. In the fifth inning, the Brewers with a big break. It looked like a double play. A nice play by Greg Maddux to get over there. They caught him safe, and Carlos Lee fouled next pitch with a sacrifice fly to center field. Cubs have had many opportunities to tack on some runs today. They were able to do it in the sixth.
Our game summary brought to you by Toyota. As Bill presented the pictures to you, these are some of the numbers of pitching matchup and the long balls as the Cubs go to the bullpen. Michael Wirtz deals a fastball that misses high. Right-hander, unscored upon 3 appearances this season.
There you see the numbers, limited opportunities, but still in all, not bad. Fastball, slider, pretty much 2-pitch pitcher. You can get away with that most of the time when you're a reliever, get through the order once.
So the Cubs in the bottom of the 6th, plate 3, and they tie this game up. All 3 runs charged to Tommy Phelps. Dusty Baker's squad hopped right off the mat. And as my partner has mentioned, it seemed like they were knocking on the door for a long time.
Yeah, the Cubs today 5 for 11 runners in scoring position. The Brewers, on the other hand, 0 for 5. Sacrifice fly by Lee. A couple of 3 solo shots.
Aramis Ramirez can't make the play. An inch here, an inch there, it gets you a base hit. And going back to that double play, speaking of baseball, Bill, being a game of inches, if Ricky Bottalico kicks this baseball, who knows what happens?
Yeah, well, the inning is extended and they're still hitting. It's an instinct to try and slow it down. And with Corey Patterson on the move on that 3-2 pitch, that's just about the only way that you're going to turn a double play and end that inning. If he hits it to third base, he hits it to first base, anywhere, you probably extend the inning.
Now, who knows where it goes?
Yeah.
You may not get any outs
but
then.
If he kicks it, then you're really in trouble.
But he worked out of it. And Clark with his second hit in as many at bats. He is 2 for 4 today. Brady with an infield single. Both hits have been infield singles. And speaking of days, Junior Spivey has 3 hits today and a homer. And as we mentioned earlier, 10 for 16 as Maddux is in the showers now against the future Hall of Famer.
That's a good slider. I mean, Wirtz with an outstanding slider. I mean, very short, doesn't break a whole lot, but watch how long it takes to break. Nice. Slider doesn't have to have a big break, but the later it breaks, the better.
Brady laces him back up so he can go to work. Garcia Parra under that one away. I think he wants another shot at that last one.
Yeah, that one up in the strike zone, huh? Didn't do a whole lot, and Junior just got under it. Had a pretty good swing on it. Just pulled the shoulder just a little bit.
If only he could get a tomato can out there like Greg Maddux, he could start hitting again.
A tomato can?
Yeah, just a below average pitcher.
Oh, is that what
nobody?
that is? I like that. I've never heard that.
You know who I got that one from? Producer John Walsh.
Tomato can, huh? I've heard can of corn.
High and away to Lyle Overbay. Lyle homered back in the 3rd inning, his first of the year after hitting 16 out last year. You got to think 15 to 20 is a very comfortable number. Nowhere close.
I think the less Lyle tries to hit the ball of the ballpark, the better off he's going to be. Leave that to Carlos Lee and Jenkins. The doubles machine from last year.
Two and 0 the count on Lyle Overbay with a runner at first and Brady Clark, and again his bodyguard in the on-deck circle, Carlos Lee, his protector all year. Five game. After this game, the Brewers hop on the bus, head back to Wisconsin. Open it up tomorrow against the Pittsburgh Pirates, home opener. 3-0 the count.
You know he's going to get the green light right here. Be very surprised if he takes it, if it's something that he likes.
3-1 outside corner. All year long he will see more fastballs because Carlos awaits.
Yeah.
Runner takes off. The pitch is a strike. The throw is in time.
Not so sure about that call right there. You got the big guys coming up. Now Brady out by plenty. A good throw by Michael Barrett, who's been dead on today with his throws to second base. Well, the complexion of this inning has completely changed now. You got power hitters coming up. You wonder why you wouldn't want to risk.
Boy, everything changed right there, didn't it?
Boy.
The aggression bit him in the backside that time.
Bucks Weekly on FSN North. Every Monday, get a breakdown of last week's games and a look at what's developing for the matchups ahead. Bucks Weekly, tomorrow at 10 on FSN North.
If there's one thing baseball fans can agree on, it's Major League Baseball on XM satellite radio. Every team, all season long, plus commercial-free music.
You can't spot the sucker at the table? You're it. Rule number one in the great game of poker. The Potawatomi Bingo Casino is setting the table for some big-time poker action. It takes cunning, courage, and deception. You got crocodile blood? You're gonna need it. That's what separates the rounders from the marks. 2 words. Who's in?
Come here, guys. Look at our field. We can't play here.
We can fix this.
This spring, Briggs & Stratton is revitalizing youth baseball fields all across the country. Now through April 30th, kids can nominate their field at BriggsDiamondsInTheRough.com. The grand prize is a $20,000 makeover and a baseball clinic hosted by Hall of Famers Lou Brock and Carlton Fisk. Briggs & Stratton, the power that works for you.
5-5 game, strike one to Nomar Garcia-Parra. And he goes into all of his preparation for each and every time he gets back into the batter's box. And the dance goes back and forth as he takes a breaking ball into the dirt. Baseball players, like no other athletes, such creatures of habit that it's somewhat scary.
Very superstitious. Yeah. Wear the same t-shirt day in and day out when they're hot. Same routine. Some go as far as to eat the same thing before every game.
Right in on the hands. Good pitch. Hall throws out his counterpart.
Well, he did a nice job tying him up. That was a knuckle buster right there, that pitch. Fastball's in with the curveball. I mean, that's the most effective way. You continue, at least you got two sides of the plate working. The curveball in the outer half, the fastball in the inner half.
Tavern of the game, Jack's Bar and Grill in Chippewa. Tavern Contact calls the Brewers by 8 a.m. in the morning at 414-902-4572. Jack's in Chippewa will receive 40 tickets to a Friday night game in the Miller Lite Beer Pen this year. The offer is courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and of Miller Lite. Nomar says one of the reasons all of the busyness goes on between each pitch is, as he's been quoted, I'm superstitious and I like to be in a routine.
Just like an NBA player at the foul line. Do the same thing every time, right?
Yep.
Put him down and...
No, those toes going back and forth in the batter's box as he goes toe to toe. That is about his shoes feeling snug on his toes. That's why he does that.
Okay.
Likes his shoes to feel tight on his toes and his feet.
Maybe get smaller shoes.
And his gloves the same. That's why you'll see him pull at the glove and tighten and pull and tighten. 1-2 the count. Maybe he should get some smaller shoes.
Well,
that's a nasty breaking ball.
I'm just trying to analyze everything I hear up here. Right? Isn't that my job?
That.
Isn't that my job?
And you're good at it.
I'm still trying to analyze that shirt and tie ensemble. I'm a big fan.
The bright green shirt and the bright green and royal blue tie.
Awesome.
You'll see a lot of those shirts with no ties at the ballpark, obviously, because why would you wear a tie to the ballpark, actually? Slider rolled out. Hall, long throw. Oh, what a play.
Oh, my. There aren't too many guys going to make that play. Bill Hall with an outstanding arm off balance. I thought that was a base hit. I'm telling you what, I mean, that was one heck of a play by Bill Hall. You're not going to find too many guys make this play. He gets to it, but off balance, he's going to end up in foul territory along the third baseline and right on the money with it. Well done. Wow.
I tell you, you talk about range out there when you put Spivey and Hall in the middle of the infield.
Wow. Not a whole lot to say about that. I mean, just watch it. Not too many make that play.
Slash.
Might be one of the best we've seen in a while.
That man without an error in his first big league week as well. These are good problems that the Brewers are finding over the last year or so.
Yeah, well, JJ is, I don't know if he's got the range of a Bill Hall, but certainly he's as steady as they come, at least so far.
What an inning by the veteran Ricky Batalico. 1, 2, 3 go the Cubs. Boys, let's get some runs.
Years, we've continually added more flights to more destinations so you could get low fares to fly where you want, when you want. What will we think of next? It's what care means.
Built to outsell every other vehicle on Earth. Built for America's trust. Built with confidence. Get big cash back and low financing on F-150, Explorer, and the fuel-efficient Focus. Ford. Built for Wisconsin. Built for the road ahead.
At Menards, we're dedicated to service, quality, and providing the best selection. Eon decking has the look and feel of real wood, but won't split, crack, or fade. In coastal gray, cedar redwood, or mahogany tones, just $222 a foot. Save big on a great selection of pre-assembled fence panels. This 4x8-foot treated dog ear panel is just $18.88. Plus, don't pay till 2006 with your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
Over the years, we've continually added more flights to more destinations so you could get low fares to fly where you want, when you want. What will we think of next? It's what care means.
Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Net is presented by Country Insurance. Real people, real answers, real quick. And by Pepsi. It's the Cola. Want to remind everyone as we welcome you back here to Wrigley Field that this copyright telecast is presented by authority of the Brewers and it may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Milwaukee Brewers. Swing and a miss, strike one to Carlos Lee. Five game. Carlos with a sac fly and an RBI back in the fifth inning. Now watch how he changes here, folks, with two strikes.
Yeah, he'll spread out a little bit in that stance and not have much of a stride at all. It really doesn't lose power when he does that. Spread out a couple of more inches. The idea is to stay as quiet as you can with the body. Just throw the hands at the baseball looking for contact. That one just missed.
That's a tough slider, Bill. You talk about the later the break, the more deadly it is. That one's just really deadly.
Yeah, that is nasty. And it looks like Dusty Baker is going to go get him, but look at this. It starts on the outside corner and then disappears. Nice pitch. It's good to see that guy getting out of there. Brewers couldn't get anything done against him.
He'll go to the left-hander and the veteran Mike Remlinger. For Carlos Lee, he has struck out just 3 times this season. Who's going to blink? It's 5-5.
Cubs said so long to Sammy, but one of baseball's top rotations remains in Chi-Town. Can their young guns take down Milwaukee's best when the Brewers storm into the Windy City? Brewers, Cubs, tomorrow at 1 on FSN North.
Bucks Weekly on FSN North. Every Monday, get a breakdown of last week's games and a look at what's developing for the matchups ahead. Bucks Weekly, tomorrow at 10 on FSN North.
On an all-new Beyond the Glory, they were rounders reared in the back rooms of Texas.
We got arrested a lot. We got robbed a few times, got cheated a lot of times.
As the game's popularity rose, so did the stakes.
They wanted one thing and one thing only, and that was money.
Taking the game to unprecedented heights.
You play poker for a living? But nowadays, they say, oh, I saw you on TV, Johnny.
The Legends of Poker Beyond the Glory, tonight on FSN.
Now, there's a place where college never ends. Fox College Sports. The network that brings you the most comprehensive college sports coverage anywhere. With unprecedented live event coverage, coaches shows, and news from the biggest and the best of the NCAA. This is the network college sports fans always dreamed of. To order Fox College Sports, call 1-877-2-GET-FCS.
Just can't get along right now, although when it's tied, maybe they can. We know you'll get along and have fun this Tuesday. April the 12th, 6:35, the Brewers and the Pirates, $15 opener for the Buckethead Brigade. You get a game ticket and a long sleeve Buckethead Brigade t-shirt. 414-902-4000 to order today. Darren and Bill's Buckethead Brigade. Tickets are going fast. Tickets do remain. Big party Tuesday night. Note the start time, by the way, 6:30. Remlinger comes on. No surprise. Early work, good work for him.
They have 3 lefties in the bullpen for Dusty Baker. Glendon Russ, we saw him warming up earlier. Cliff Bartosh, another lefty. 8 relievers for Dusty Baker down there.
These two matched up on Friday, and Remlinger struck out Jenkins on a fastball. Got him to chase up and out of the zone. 563 major league appearances for the veteran lefty. As he misses inside, he works this year at 39 years old. It's another guy. It took him a while to discover himself. 7+ years in the minor leagues and still that career to follow.
I tell you what, if you're a parent and you got a kid who wants to play baseball, make him a left-hander if he's left-handed. I got to make him a pitcher. He'll stick around a long time. Left-handed pitchers and catchers always able to, find a job, aren't they? Amazing guys. Dan Plesac, guys like that. Orozco.
I mean, it just bores in on the hands of Jenkins, and that movement is what makes him nearly as successful against right-handed batters as well. That dive down and away to the righties. Jeff thought he was on that baseball, and you, young man, keep working from the left side.
Yeah, tape that right hand behind his back. Right?
You could get turned in for that, I think, couldn't you?
Yeah, these days. Boy, you got to be careful, yeah.
I think he's hitting right-handed. I'm a bit concerned about him.
Now make him a catcher then.
Because all they do is hit. Miller has 3 of them today. That catcher down below. How about they, huh?
Yeah, we talked about the improved offensive production or potential production out of the catcher spot. Damian Miller showing it early this year. Ready with a home run and a couple other base hits.
And he is 6 for 11 to start the season. 6 for 11 is Damian Miller. Wow. Russell Branyan 2 hits today. He's reached all 3 times. Good hard fastball is in.
Still gets it up there pretty good, doesn't he?
You bet.
Remlinger. I mean, 90. Not a lot of movement on it. Every now and then he'll sink it, as you mentioned, to a right-hander.
I think run it into a lefty too.
But a very good slider. A lot of white in that goatee, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I can relate.
I mean, this is a guy that you can't help but, other than today and when the Brewers are playing the Chicago Cubs, this is a guy to pull for here. Mike Remlinger. He's a throwback style of player. Certainly doesn't ever use excuses. He bounced around, as we mentioned, 7 years in the minor leagues. Inside corner. And it wasn't until he went to the Braves in '99 that he determined who he was. A lot of starting for the Mets and for the Giants and for the Reds. Never really had a role. Bobby Cox said, "You're a reliever, period." And that's when his career really took off.
With the lack of left-handers that are effective coming out of the bullpen in Major League Baseball, I mean, your longevity even increased if you're able to pitch 3-4 days in a row.
Little dead fish there, huh? Just the back off fastball, just laid it over the outside corner.
Yeah. A little change up maybe. A little movement on it.
82 miles an hour. Does he go back to the Heat with a runner on first? Well, he goes to first.
Don't think Damian's going to be running here.
Come on, you guys can run, you catch.
You think?
No.
I don't think Damian, he pretended he didn't see the sign if he got the steal sign.
Safe lead over there. And that's a pitch that when Branyan's scuffling, he'll chase, but not that time.
He'll be going now, Damian. 3-2, 2 outs. Outfield will take a couple of steps back. See how deep they are. Nothing over their head.
5-5 game. Top of the 8th, Wrigley Field. Runner goes. 3-2 pitch. Got him looking.
I want to taste my beer, but I can't. Every year, thousands suffer from taste loss. Look for the clues. Does your buddy smack his lips incessantly? Does your boyfriend act fidgety? Or do emotional outbursts come at inopportune times?
Why are you doing this to me?
Get the facts at PreventTasteLoss.com and protect yourself with great tasting Miller Lite, with more taste than Bud Light and half the carbs.
I've held it inside for so long.
Miller, good call.
The stakes are raised on the Poker Superstars 2 as the world's best players go all in. Tournament continues tonight on FSN.
Presenting excuses to watch more Major League Baseball. But they spent all that time carving those little bats out of trees. I would go to the gym, but I think it's closed till October. I could take up extreme taxidermy instead. You'll need all the excuses you can get with MLB Extra Innings on digital cable. Enjoy up to 60 games a week and follow your favorite team no matter where you live. Call 888-SPORTS-IN now to order for just $149. When it comes to sports, we're on your team. Presenting excuses to watch more Major League Baseball. Aren't the kids old enough to change their own diapers? Crush a 90-mile-an-hour fastball, then you can have my attention. I promise I'll stop watching at halftime. You'll need all the excuses you can get with MLB Extra Innings on digital cable. Enjoy up to 60 games a week and follow your favorite team no matter where you live. Call 888-SPORTS-IN now to order for just $149. When it comes to sports, we're on your team.
You're watching Brewers baseball on FSN North.
The future's so bright, a family of 4 could hide behind my shades. And you do what you got to do when you don't want sun to touch you or anyone sitting behind you.
Nice thing is you wear those, you go to the ball game, and then you go weld something back at home.
I think he welded that chain on the man behind him. There's a giant Cubs logo attached to that chain as change-up specialist Matt Wise comes on. See the little big Cubs logo. Wise unscored upon. Let's see if he can keep it up. That's a foul ball. We were talking earlier in the game, and it bears mentioning again, that when Derek Lee on Friday faced Matt Wise, and he was retired, he got to first base and was playing his position, and talking with Dave Nelson saying, I don't know what to do with this guy because I'm looking changeup just about every time. And then his fastball looks like it's 98. But then he throws his changeup again, and I can't wait long enough.
He's got an outstanding changeup. Very good arm action on it. It looks like a fastball. You know, a lot of guys will slow down their arm when they throw the changeup. Not Matty. There it is. I mean, that's tough. That's a tough pitch.
Bill, that front shoulder was long gone, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you try and wait on it, you just can't.
1-2 the count. Wise under the weather, by the way, battling a bug that bit the Brewers. Wow. Late in spring, guys battling strep throat and the flu, and he thinks a little bit of both. Said he's been hitting the bed after each day game and sleeping for about 12 hours, hoping to shake it. Russ Branyan can help his team with the glove, and he doesn't. It's a simple thing to say, but you stay in the lineup when you don't take poor at bats, and I'm sure Russ was mad at himself for taking that fastball back out to third base.
Not often are you going to see Russell Branyan go down on a strikeout without swinging the bat. Had some pitches to hit. It appeared that he was looking slider from Remlinger, and Remlinger didn't give him one. Still thinking about it. That guy's still an option off the bench today.
Change up, strike one. Take the baseball, if you can think about it. Jam it all the way back in your hand. You can either wrap the 3 fingers around it, circle up like you're saying okay. Different ways to throw it. That's a fastball.
Hey, you make that circle on the side of the baseball, and normally it's going to fade. It's going to move away from the left-handed hitter. And if you just wrap the fingers around, it's going to be a straight change, which is what Matty Wise throws.
A couple of years ago, Tommy John surgery to have that elbow rebuilt. Has a ring. He was injured, but was a member of the Angels 0-2 World Championship team. Boy, that's a good pitch.
Okay.
1-2 the count. 5-5 game. See if it's a changeup here. Got it with a fastball. Had the changeup in his mind, Bill, and he chased. Show us that, partner.
Well, the straight change is basically you choke the baseball back in your hand all the way back, and you have the 4 fingers wrapped around it, and you throw it just like a fastball. It just doesn't have the velocity out of the hand, and it gets the hitter way out in front. The circle change, you make a little circle with your fingers like that, and normally what's going to happen is going to tail away from a left-handed hitter. And Matt Wise, just, you know, when he throws that changeup like that, and he rides that 4-seam fastball up in the strike zone, that's when he's most effective.
Thank you, sir.
Baseball 101.
Fun to watch, I tell you. A guy with a pitch like that, really finding himself, rediscovering himself in the bullpen after years as a starter early in his career. 0-2 the count. And I would imagine still trying to get that chest cleared up, trying to make the perfect pitch so he can go back and rest. Not pitching like a guy who's under the weather.
I mean, if you got a guy out there that's a little under the weather, a changeup specialist is the guy to go out there, right?
Yep.
Doesn't have to rear back and let it fly. Just, you know, just stays back. And a lot of times, you know, players will surprise themselves when they're not feeling all that well and going out there, whether it be a hitter or a pitcher, because they're really not trying to do too much. They're just trying to get through the game.
Well, he cannot get that outside corner either on the righties or the lefties. True, it's just a hair off. But Terry Kraft not giving it up. Sinking fastball. Watch Billy Hall go to work. Look at the dig by Lyle Overbay on the other end. Looking for a changeup, got a fastball, and it shattered his bat. Great defense by Billy all afternoon. He'll swing the bat after this.
Nice.
I'll be right back. Watch my seat, huh?
Yeah, I got him. Sorry, my buddy's sitting there. Hello? You'll be fine.
What'd I miss?
Just a little D.
In your car, you do things your way. I crank up the heat.
I play my music loud.
Having a good time. You'll like doing your thing even more in a new Corolla or Matrix. Nice. Both with available 8-speaker stereo and power everything. I want all the bling. And the gas mileage will
Rock your world.
Toyota's legendary quality and value complement your style.
I'm a windows down kind of gal.
I like to wave to people. You kidding me? Toyota, moving forward.
We're back to the final table of championship poker, where Kenny the Shark Stark has gone all in against the champ.
Now, Marv, Kenny is in very good shape here with 16 chances to win.
And here's the turn.
Oh, it's a 6. That's absolutely no help for the Shark.
He'll need an ace, king, or diamond.
Or the Shark is dead in the water.
Introducing Championship Poker, the new $5 instant game from the Wisconsin Lottery. It's all the fun of poker in one card.
Turned a big couple play a couple of innings ago. He's had a couple of masterful plays in the hole. Bill Hall, on a Sunday afternoon rest day for J.J. Hardy, has done a fine job.
Well, a couple of base hits, and I'll tell you what, this is a heck of a play. But I think the big part of this play is the pick by Lyle Overbay, one of those in-between jobs. Not a long hop, not a short hop. Well done on both ends of that play.
And he leads it off. He also singled, as Bill mentioned, back in the 4th inning. Jeff Cirillo has a bat and waits on deck. Five game. There's the veteran. De La Rosa, left-hander. Adams, right-hander, warming the pen as the 0-1 paints the outside corner. 0-2. Obviously, should the Brewers manage a run, Adams comes in and takes the bottom half. If not, it looks like De La Rosa will pitch in a tie game.
You know, we were talking about Greg Maddux not using a lot of the white of the plate. Remlinger hasn't used a whole lot of the white. Very good control.
Hall just protecting there.
And you'll notice late in the ball game, you get the 7th, 8th, 9th inning. Pitchers are going to really concentrate on working the outside part of the plate. Don't want to make a mistake inside that can cost you the game. Hit the ball out of the ballpark. You work away. If you make a mistake, you make it off the plate, and you get beat by 2 or 3 singles, not one swing of the bat.
Another 0-2 pitch, and again spoiled. Matt Wise, 1-2-3, sitting down the Chicago Cubs. Inning prior to that, Ricky Bottalico settling down, setting the Cubs down 1-2-3. Tommy Phelps, really the lone hitch and mark on that bullpen. No outs recorded, 3 earned runs. Billy thought it was high.
It was high. That strike zone from Terry Kraft has been all over the place today. I mean, that's been high all day long. There you see it. I mean, that above the belt, and ordinarily that's not going to be called a strike. It's close. Tough pitch to take with 2 strikes, though.
You know, you hear pitchers say pitcher's pitch. That's not necessarily, to me, although it's strike 3, what you'd call a pitcher's pitch. Matt Wise, who threw 3 pitches to each hitter right on the outside corner and couldn't get those called. Those are what you call pitcher's pitches.
And Lemminger doesn't want to throw too many fastballs down the heart of the plate around the belt, but he got away with it.
Jeff Cirillo, who had that huge opening day home run in Pittsburgh, has had a couple of pinch hit opportunities. Hit the ball hard both times this weekend, but has come up empty on both occasions. And he will start Bill against left-handers at third base for now. And I don't know that a day won't go by where he won't get a pinch hit opportunity.
It's great to have this guy coming off the bench late. You need a walk or a bunt or whatever you need. He's gonna give you a good at bat.
He didn't mean to. Let's see if he can leg it out. Nomar got it.
Nice play by Garcia Park, coming in and showing a good strong arm. A couple of years ago, I think Cirillo beats that out. Well done by Nomar. Sidearm flip over to first base.
Brady Clark on the ground. 1, 2, 3. Go the Brewers. Bottom of the 9th. Next.
Bucks Weekly on FSN North. Every Monday, get a breakdown of last week's games and a look at what's developing for the matchups ahead. Bucks Weekly, tomorrow at 10 on FSN North. The 2005 season is in full swing, and the FSN Baseball Report brings you all the inside information from the Major Leagues.
It's the national pastime, and we've got all the action.
The FSN Baseball Report, Friday at 6.
Hi. Being there for kids is super good fun.
All it takes is a little know-how. Curiosity. The key to a lifetime of discovery.
Kids will go to mighty great lengths to impress you.
Kids know what's cool. Good thing you don't have to. Moments like these happen every day.
Lend your support. Go to bigbrothersbigsisters.org.
Until next time.
The target looks like a drug distribution center.
When a cop sells out his own.
So where is this place?
The only thing more dangerous than betrayal.
Jesus Christ.
Is trust.
Hey, give me a 20.
I warned you about him.
Let's go!
We'll send you some detectives in.
Mackie threw this thing in a high gear behind my back.
Beautiful.
You're paid to protect my business.
The Shield. All new. Tuesday at 10. Only on FX. Check the listings.
The 6th member more than a year ago of that Richie Sexton deal is starting to become very fruitful for the Brewers. After a big spring, left-hander Jorge De La Rosa comes on in a tie game. It was Friday that he pitched 2 scoreless innings and picked up his first major league victory against these Cubs. Throws in the low to mid-90s like he did the other day. A good breaking ball, good changeup. Still growing up though as a pitcher.
And every time he goes out there, he's much more relaxed, and when you relax that on the mound, you can find a few miles an hour, and that's, I think, what De La Rosa is experiencing right now. Tough situation for him, a young kid here at Wrigley Field in a tie game.
Jason DuBois will pinch hit for the pitcher's spot. Bottom of the 9th inning, Wrigley Field. Brewers trying to play on to extra innings. 5-5 game. And an off-speed pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1.
Boy, these are the outings that make you grow up real quick.
The 23-year-old lefty fires a fastball at 91 low. Jorge Alberto Gonzalez De La Rosa out of Monterrey, Mexico. That winner, a couple of winters ago, went from the Red Sox to the Diamondbacks to the Brewers. Changeup.
Now Ned Yost spending his final lefty out of that bullpen because of Corey Patterson and Todd Walker, who are due up after DuBois. After that, it's just the righties.
Defense really playing him to pull the right-handed batter. And he went around. Like a high slider there, 2-2. Spivey is almost just about directly behind the bag at second. Outfield only a step or two to pull.
A lot of room in that right center field gap, though. .95 miles an hour. No walks. You can't afford a leadoff walk in the 9th. Throw something for a strike.
There's that gap you're talking about.
A lot of room.
They rise to their feet. 3-2 pitch. Foul ball.
Through the slider. He's got a lot of confidence in that pitch or what? 3-2 slider leading off the bottom of the 9th inning.
When you talk to Mike Maddox and Ned Yost, confidence is not anything that this young man lacks, or stuff. At times it's just fire. That little bit of anger that you have to have.
You got to calm down a little bit every now and then.
Fastball, got him looking. You could say he's out of options, but he made this club with stuff like that.
I'll tell you what, that ball had plenty of home plate. I'm not exactly sure what DuBois is looking for. He wanted to make it appear as though that ball was inside. I mean, not even close to being off the plate. That had plenty, a couple inches on the inside corner. That's a good pitch. All set up by that 3-2 slider that DuBois fouled off before that.
The bus isn't very full of left-handers, folks, in the big leagues. They can throw it 94, 95 miles an hour.
No, most of them finesse pitchers will sink it. Most of your power pitching left-handers are starters. And someday I believe De La Rosa will be a starter.
For now, though, it appears to be the perfect spot to earn his stripes and gain that little bit of fire that they hope he can gain. Chase ball 3.
That's the thing that drives the Cubs crazy about Corey Patterson. Swinging the pitches like that. Defense straight up for the lefty-lefty matchup.
on the outside corner, 96, strike 2.
Again, don't make a mistake on the inside part of the plate. And that a dandy.
The 2-2 pitch. Slider, did he go? He did not. Rick Reed looked like he made the right call there. Call me a pitch here.
Well, he's got a lot of confidence in that slider. I go fastball.
Here comes the fastball. 3-2 pitch. Got him. Whoa, my.
That is some good heat coming out of De La Rosa. Wow. Check it out. Outer half. He's not going to make a mistake inside. And Corey Patterson, no chance.
It's Randy Myers.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Not out of the woods yet. This guy can take a yard.
Now keep it away. First pitch he calls for is a fastball away to Walker. And he gets it there, strike 1.
Nice and easy, too, that delivery. It doesn't appear that he's expending a lot of energy to get rid of that baseball. The wind blowing across, dead in from right.
Wants the breaking ball on 0-1. And a good one. That's a good pitch.
A little bit more tilt on that slider, more like a curveball.
He gave him the 2. Let's peek in. Hey, it's 95-96. Why not? Here comes a fastball. On the ground. Junior Spivey, and what an inning by Jorge De La Rosa. It's not just about raising the payroll, folks, to get better. Developing young players helps a bit as well.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
The only sports network where Wisconsin fans come first. You're watching FSN North.
Strength, stamina, skill. It's what separates German Bundesliga as one of the top leagues in the world. And Fox Soccer Channel brings it, delivering live exclusive matches with top-class action. 2005 is the year German soccer looks to sweep the nation. 18 teams, history and pride at stake as they battle for the ultimate prize. Feel the passion of German Bundesliga, only on Fox Soccer Channel.
Oh. Gorgeous. Hot. Oh. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Get turned on to the biggest of the big, the world's greatest engineering icons, built with passion and power. Turn on Megastructures, Wednesdays on the National Geographic Channel. Dare to explore.
You're watching Brewers baseball on FSN North.
All tied up at 5s in the 10th inning because of a 3-run 6th inning. Tommy Phelps having a tough time getting ahead in the count. 3 straight base hits. An infield base hit driving in the 3rd run off the bat of Corey Patterson. Unfortunate for the Brewers, they did have the lead, and the blemish for the bullpen finally occurs here today.
And while that was going on, strike 1 to Junior Spivey. Glendon Rush out of the bullpen. And that one misses outside. Boy, he, after having a woeful year in 03 for the Brewers, turned his career around last year.
Great guy to have coming out of that bullpen. He can make a spot start for you. He actually started against the Brewers here at Wrigley Field and really pitched a dandy with all the injuries to the starting rotation. A lot of experience as a starter. and really just couldn't find it in 2003. It just snowballed for Glendon.
Since the divisions were realigned and the 1998 season rolled out, no team, or I should say no teams in matchups have played more extra inning games than the Brewers and the Cubs. This is their 18th extra inning game since 1998, or basically every 6 games they play extra frames.
And if they're not playing extra innings, they're playing 5-hour 9-inning games. That's happened a couple of times.
Well, it's time to cowboy up, though, if you're the Brewers, isn't it?
There you go. Very nice.
I know producer and huge Red Sox fan John Walsh liked that one. And I know Junior Spivey didn't like it until it was booted.
Yeah, that's Glendon Rush has always had a tough time fielding his position. He just tried to rush that one a little bit too much. No excuse not to make this play. Glendon used to fall off toward third base a lot more, but not able to come up with it, so the Brewers with a leadoff base runner. What a break. First error of the ball game. Actually, second error, both committed by the Cubs pitchers.
Now, Michael Barrett has already thrown out Junior Spivey trying to steal. Brady Clark trying to steal. What do?
You stay put. Glendon's got a pretty good move over to first base.
Right in on the knuckles. Aramis puts it to bed.
Glendon Rush, I remember as a Brewer, picked off an awful lot of base runners.
But he not only picked them off, Bill, but he never really allowed them the chance to attempt stolen bases.
Got a pretty good delivery to home plate, pretty quick. And you don't want to make any outs in the bases when you got 3, 4, 5 coming up in your batting order. That's something that the Brewers did early in the ball game. Brady Clark getting thrown out in the 7th inning with Lyle Overbay up. I mean, that was kind of interesting in a couple of respects. You guarantee to have Carlos Lee come up if he stays put. Plus, you take away that big hole between first and second for Lyle.
2-0 the count. Interesting's a nice way to put it.
I don't think you need to test Michael Barrett any longer, do you?
Well, no. And Carlos Lee is hitting. And taking all the way that time. 2-1 the count, 1 out. 5-5 game, top of the 10th inning. Lee with a sac fly RBI back in the 5th. Outside, 3-1. Wants nothing to do with it. So you put the go-ahead run into scoring position and go lefty-lefty.
Yeah, Jenkins, and then you've got Damian Miller behind Jenkins.
Base hit left field. Carlos Lee just committed himself to pulling that baseball. It was a little bit wide on the outside part of the plate, and the inning moves along.
Well, 3-1 count. He's looking to hit the ball out of the ballpark. He's looking for Waveland Avenue on that pitch, but Glendon Rush kept it on the outer half, and Carlos still strong enough and able to keep that bat in the hitting zone a lot longer than most hitters, and able to bang it into left field.
So Junior Spivey with good speed at second base. Just 1 out. Jeff Jenkins, lefty-lefty. Trying to come up with a big hit.
If Jeff's going to have success in this situation, he's going to have to be thinking left field. Remember Glendon Rush with that good cut fastball that he came up with a few years ago, and this is when he likes to use it against left-handed hitters, maybe get that ground ball.
No balls and 2 strikes. Jeff Jenkins in his career against Glendon, 3 hits and 8 at-bats with a couple of doubles. That's a .375 batting average in a small sampling.
This is where you got to concentrate on contact. Don't try and be the hero and hit it out of the ballpark.
He goes the other way with it, no mark, and they get 1. They get 1. Lee just buries buries Walker.
And Carlos is hurt.
They're both having a hard time getting up.
And he's holding his knee. Oh, my. Well, you just hope that Carlos is okay. Get up, Carlos. Good hard baseball from Carlos Lee, not allowing Todd Walker to turn that double play. But you hope it's not at the expense of an injury to his knee. Maybe just a bruise, and it looks like they're grabbing below the knee in the shin area. You can see how late the slide is. Does he jam it into the bag? I think that's what happened. It looked like he might have jammed that knee or that bottom of that leg into second base. He's up. That's good. It's the right knee. Check it out. The right knee from Carlos Lee. Looks like he might have just hyperextended it just a little bit, or it bent it back toward his hamstring a little bit.
That slide okay, though? Good hard baseball?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
You bet. There's nothing dirty about that. Trying to break up a double play in a tie game in the 10th inning.
Went in hard and sacrificed a little bit of his body in doing so. And sarcastically, as he has been ridden this whole series, Lee doffs his helmet to the crowd. You could say he's saying my knee hit Walker's leg there. Now, if you're going to go in late and hard like that, partner, you take a risk of that happening, don't you?
Yeah, you bet.
Right, so 2 outs. And Miller, who's had a big game, gets a chance.
Boy, if you're Junior Spivey at third base, you get a big secondary lead, and anything in the dirt that gets away from Michael Barrett just a little bit, you try and score here.
And 2. Damian Miller, 11 at-bats in his career against Glendon Rush, 3 hits. .273 average. Carlos Lee with the hard slide keeps things moving along. Looks like he's all right. Looks like Walker's all right. Brewers don't get it done.
Nice.
I'll be right back. Watch my seat, huh?
Yeah, I got him. Sorry, my buddy's sitting there. Hello? You'll be fine.
What'd I miss?
Just a little D.
The stakes are high on the Poker Superstars 2. Now the weekly tournament heats up as the world's best players go all in for their piece of a purse worth over $1.2 million. The game's biggest stars at one table at one time. And the only place you can see it is FSN. The Poker Superstars 2 tournament continues tonight.
This is the Sports List
with Summer Sanders.
The show that counts down anything
and everything
in the world of sports.
The most shocking upsets, the best sports heroes, the sexiest athletes, the biggest sports scandals, and much more. Hosted by Summer Sanders.
Every night, a new list.
Every night, a new argument. The Sports List, weeknights on FSN.
Carlos is okay with that good hard slide. Todd Walker, whether it locked up after he finished defensively or not, he's not okay.
Boy, it didn't look like he was that hurt as he was standing out at second base to finish that inning, but I would imagine the Cubs are pretty happy that he didn't have to field a ground ball. I don't believe he would have been able to. Knee on knee. The left knee for Todd Walker, the right knee for Carlos Lee.
Carlos just trying to get through this ball game and get some ice. He's chatting with some friends out there in left field. De La Rosa. Look at the movement on that slider as it dives down and in. Jorge, incredibly impressive, working a scoreless frame in the bottom of the ninth, striking out Du Bois, Patterson, and Walker grounding out.
This is a tough stretch right now, though. This part of the order dominated by right-handed hitters except for Jeremy Burnett's. The teeth of the Cubs batting order he's got to face here. And nobody up in the bullpen.
Slider, 2-1 the count. Back in 2000 when De La Rosa was signed out of Monterrey of the Mexican League by the Red Sox, then GM Dan Duquette dubbed him the Mexican John Rocker. Stuff only, folks, stuff only. And it's not far off. I mean, mid-90s with a good breaking ball.
Yeah, he does have a lot of moxie, and I'll tell you what, he gets through this inning, and it's going to really go a long way to have him settle in that spot in that bullpen. I mean, you're talking about the hitters he's got to get through here.
Nomar protecting, couldn't do anything with that fastball. The first part of that trade is Nomar gets all the gloves and shoes snug. November 28th, 03, Kurt Schilling to the Red Sox, De La Rosa, Casey Folsom, Brandon Lyon, Michael Goss, all to the Diamondbacks for Schilling. And De La Rosa in the Sexton trade. 95, fouled back.
It's going to take a Ruthian blast to get out of here in right field right now. The wind blowing in very hard from right field. Make it a bit of a help, a little bit of a help going to left though.
Got him with a changeup. Holy cow. He has struck out 3 of the 4 Cubs he has faced.
I'll tell you what, that takes a lot of guts for De La Rosa, and you know, tip your hat to Damian Miller. Damian Miller calling it. Anytime you see a catcher setting up right down the middle of the plate, it's normally a changeup. A little bit of tail on it, and Garcia Parra trying to hit it out of the ballpark, comes up empty.
Strike one on Aramis Ramirez. A couple of doubles, a run scored, and a couple of groundouts. Another changeup.
Whatever you do, don't make a mistake inside. You miss away.
Into the corner, that one goes. And looks like it'll be another extra base hit. Lee has to get it back in. Ramos was watching that one.
Off the end of the bat. He got it off. It was a slider, and he made a mistake inside. And it looked like Ramirez thought that was out of the ballpark. No chance for that. I mean, off the end of the bat, even Ramirez can't hit that one out of the park. He's thinking about it, though. Hopping around a la Sammy Sosa. And by the time he figures, you know what, it's not out of the ballpark, cruises into second with a double.
Three doubles today for Aramis Ramirez.
You got to wonder if he runs hard out of the box, he might have been able to get a triple out of that.
Well, and it was not played cleanly by Lee out there and left. That would have really made it close.
Yeah, I mean, you hit a ball like that, run.
Former Brewer Jeremy Burnett. Key home run yesterday, big day today. This is where we see what De La Rosa is made of now. He's shown us that he has the stuff to put just about any hitter away, but now you got a runner in scoring position and everything changes.
Well, this is a big at bat. You've got to get Burnett. If you get Jeremy, then you can walk Derek Lee and face Todd Hollingsworth, a lefty. I don't think if they're able to get Burnett that they're going to face, so they're going to pitch to Derek Lee. I mean, the run means nothing right here. The guy they want to keep from scoring is Aramis Ramirez. That's the guy you don't want to have beat you. Of course, you don't want Burnett to beat you either.
Bottom of the 10th, 5-5. 2 strikes on him. He's got options now. He has shown that he can fire that fastball outside corner mid-90s, but he's also shown a good breaking ball.
Well, you don't want to risk hanging a breaking ball. I mean, he didn't throw a bad pitch to Aramis Ramirez, but it was inside. And again, you don't make mistakes inside late in the game. Give him a good hard fastball in the outside corner.
The 1-2. Breaking ball. Got him looking.
Curveball.
Yeah, not that slider, the big sweeping bender.
He is emptying out the arsenal here today, and tip your hat to Damian Miller. He's going right to it. And look at that. I mean, plenty of home plate. Now you walk Derek Lee. Check it out. Watch the knees go. Once the knees buckle, you got him. Nice pitch.
And as predicted,
options on the bench very limited for Dusty Baker. You got Jose Macias, a switch hitter, and Henry Blanco, your backup catcher. So it looks like it's going to be Hollingsworth.
as is so common in extra inning games, you're done playing matchups if you're Ned and Dusty. It just can't happen.
Hollingsworth gave a long look in there before he walked to the plate, thinking that perhaps they might send up Macias, who's a good contact hitter up there.
In his career entering this season, Todd Hollingsworth 280 against right-handed pitching, 271 against left-handed pitching. There's the big run. 95 but low, 1-0 the count. Hollingsworth in the ninth inning of Friday's game. On the double by Lyle Overbay, bobbled a ball as Junior Spivey came around to score. His chance at redemption comes now. Two and 0.
Got to calm down and just let your stuff come out naturally. Don't overthrow. It looks like De La Rosa is trying to muscle up a little bit. Got to relax. Tough to do.
The 2-0. And don't you think he would like to pick up a hit? Friday, probably a sleepless night. This tied the game.
Now 2 outs with Spivey at first base, and Rich Donnelly very aggressively sending the base runner. Hollingsworth bobbled it, and the Brewers would end up winning the ball game.
De La Rosa's got 4 strikeouts already of the 5 outs he has recorded. That bat breaks all over the place, and there are 2 strikes. Goodness.
I wasn't sure which was which.
The ball and the bat and everything, huh?
Yeah, everything going all at the same speed. Look at that thing. Sarge will take care of it.
Look at the Sarge.
Have to stop watching the back pocket. In on the thumbs, and nothing but the handle of the bat left for Hollingsworth. Everything heading down the first baseline.
All right, now he struck out Burnett on that great curveball.
I don't know what he's going to throw, which, you know what, which is nice to say, you know, he's got options.
2-2 pitch. Slider missed outside. You see the difference, folks. Tighter break there.
That's the pitch that he wanted to get it done on. Now the runners are going to get a head start.
He's just 24 years old in the middle of that diamond. And every spectator is on their feet in this intimate ballpark. Runners go. 3-2 pitch. Ball 4. They're loaded.
Now you've got nowhere to put Michael Barrett. Got to throw him strikes. You got to get ahead in the count here.
Michael Barrett was hit by a pitch in the 6th inning. That's the only time he's reached. But he has been a magic man behind the plate. Throwing out a couple of key runners. Matter of fact, 2 for 2. Mike Maddox, I would imagine, heads out there with some advice and probably something to make De La Rosa lighten up a little bit. Trying to make him feel like a kid again out there, just playing catch with his catcher.
These are the situations that develop young kids into major league pitchers right here.
There's the winning run at third base. He'll work from the windup now with the bases loaded. Inside with a slider, 1-0. Up on 1-0, it's 1-1.
How about that, huh? What's this guy, 35 years old?
A changeup. That's ball 2.
Yeah.
Now he goes back to the stretch. Interesting. Wow, where did that miss? Started in the windup. First 2 pitches went back to the stretch and threw a good pitch, but it's 2-1.
Just trying to feel comfortable out there.
Whatever works.
Whatever it takes.
I don't know where that pitch missed.
Another one.
2-2 the count. Pulled the string on it.
Michael Barrett sitting dead red. He hasn't got a fastball for a strike yet. And he's ended up swinging 2 pitches out of the strike zone. Another changeup.
Brewers hoping for that 11th inning, yearning to play one more inning. Two pitch. Into the corner it goes, but it's foul.
Finally got his fastball, did Barrett. He got the head out on it. Do you go back to the changeup again?
Why not? Young left-hander about to throw his 46th pitch. Who wins? Which guy? Got him with the slider. What a job by De La Rosa. You just watched the man grow up in 2 innings. On to the 11th.
Cubs said so long to Sammy, but one of baseball's top rotations remains in Chi-Town. Can their young guns take down Milwaukee's best when the Brewers storm into the Windy City? Brewers, Cubs, tomorrow at 1 on FSN North.
Bucks Weekly on FSN North. Every Monday, get a breakdown of last week's games and a look at what's developing for the matchups ahead. Bucks Weekly, tomorrow at 10 on FSN North.
On an all-new Beyond the Glory, They were rounders reared in the back rooms of Texas.
We got arrested a lot. We got robbed a few times, got cheated a lot of times.
As the game's popularity rose, so did the stakes.
They wanted one thing and one thing only, and that was money.
Taking the game to unprecedented heights.
You play poker for a living? But nowadays, they say, oh, I saw you on TV, Johnny.
The Legends of Poker Beyond the Glory, tonight on FSN.
Now, there's a place where college never ends. Fox College Sports. The network that brings you the most comprehensive college sports coverage anywhere. With unprecedented live event coverage, coaches shows, and news from the biggest and the best of the NCAA. This is the network college sports fans always dreamed of. For more information on Fox College Sports, log on to foxcollegesports.com.
Well, you talk about the swing of emotions in this ball game. And for Barrett, oh boy, that had to be painful. But for the fans that made the drive from Milwaukee, you bet. You bet. That's worth the drive right there. Nice pictures, guys. Thank you.
They're certainly in the large minority here in this ballpark, but they made their presence known this weekend, that's for sure.
Billy put 6 outs in the books in 2 hard-fought innings, about 50 pitches thrown. And with those 6 outs, he struck out 5 of the 6. And wicked stuff.
Outstanding. I mean, you can't say enough about the way De La Rosa went about his business in that inning.
That identifying point to that cap now turns it into a rally cap. And again, an extra inning game between the Brewers and the Cubs. Common. Just common. As that one misses, 2-2. 18 times. And it's pretty fun. The list of extra inning teams since things changed back in the late 90s. Realignment of the divisions. It's pretty much rivalries. I mean, pretty good rivalries.
Yep.
Got him with the big sweeping curveball. Brewers and Cubs 18 times extra innings. Dodgers, Diamondbacks, Indians, Twins, rivals. Tigers, Twins, rivals. And the Braves and the Expos. Expos always playing the Braves tough. Now the Nationals. Rivalries.
Yep. Friendly rivalries. At least between those two guys. I don't know how friendly it is down on the field.
A lot of hate. There are teams that dislike one another. The Yankees and the Red Sox come to mind, but Dodgers and Giants at some level maybe on the field, but not like it used to be back in the day.
Yeah, I don't think there's that kind of animosity between these two teams.
No. I will say this, that something that the Brewers fans have done in this rivalry is not show up enough at Miller Park. And maybe they've tried, but the Cubs fans have just bought the tickets first.
Yeah.
And when you talk to those guys wearing today the navy blue jerseys, that's the one thing the Brewers will tell you that kind of bothers them. Those home games at Miller Park with 75% Cubs fans.
Yeah. Well, I guess the onus is on the players themselves to play better and get the Brewer fans excited about the club. Of course, with Cub fans, I mean, it doesn't matter if the Cubs are in first place or last. They're still going to come pouring in.
Winning fixes all of it, doesn't it?
That's what it's all about. You can talk about all the marketing plans and special events and promotions, but you get a team that wins, they're going to come to the ballpark.
And while we talked about the rivalry, a very, very big walk for Bill Hall, who, you know, as he will tell you, walks just about every time Haley's Comet comes flying through. But he started doing it this spring, and he's carried it into the regular season.
Yeah, he's had very good at-bats here today. He's able to push across the run early in the ball game in the second with a double play ball that he hit. Infield hit, a walk. Outstanding defensively at shortstop today.
Switch hitter, pinch hitter, Chris Magruder.
This is Chris's power side of the plate. Much more power from the right side of the plate than the left side. A switch hitter. Playing him pretty much straight away.
Last August the 10th at Atlanta. A lot of you remember that game-winning home run he hit against the Braves. Against Tom Martin out into the bleachers at Turner Field, hitting right-handed.
Another guy with a pretty good spring.
Huge spring. He had to make this club, Bill. Wasn't even on the roster.
And he did. He got a lot of playing time, a lot of at-bats.
Ned Yost was saying the other day Magruder was called upon to pinch hit and was ahead in the count 2-0. They tried to get his attention and give him the take sign. He was pretty dialed in and excited at the point and missed the take sign, ended up striking out. Into right field, that one goes. It's down. Let's watch Billy Hall attempt to grab third base. He fires on around and into third he goes. Switch hitter batting right-handed Magruder just slaps it into right field.
Boy, what a nice piece of hitting by Chris Magruder. That's got to feel good for him, don't you think? Boy, just trying to make contact with it and hit it hard right down the line and right. And with Bill Hall able to make it into third base very easy. Look how short the swing. Good extension, just trying to dump it into right field, a pitch up and away, and gets the job done. Now, now if you're the Cubs, you got to be thinking about a squeeze here with Brady Clark at the plate. I mean, an ideal situation. Good speed on the bases, and Brady handles the bat very well.
They were thinking about the squeeze.
I mean, Brady Clark probably is the best guy to have up for the Brewers if you want to squeeze. Nobody handles the bat any better.
Ed Yost admitting the other day when Chris Capuano was called upon to swing the bat in a hit and run that his next option was the squeeze. And he takes a strike. Hall stays put. 1-1, 1 out, 5-5 game. That bag of tricks is a little bit larger this year, folks. That making it clear that I'll gamble a little bit. As he said the other day, I'm not going to quote him, protect my butt all the time. 1-2 on a man who rarely strikes out. You would think, the way Brady's been able to make contact throughout his first 2+ seasons as a Brewer, this is the perfect guy to have.
He doesn't mind hitting with 2 strikes. But it kind of limits the options for Ned Yost right now with 2 strikes on the hitter.
Yeah, it's on that man's back. He's got to drive him in. Popped up right side. This won't get it done.
Ouch. Pitch up out of the strike zone. That was not even close to being a strike. Brady a little over aggressive. You don't see him do that very often. Now it's going to take a base hit.
Well, and that's what happened the other day. And these two teams played into the 12th inning, and Junior Spivey picked up that base hit.
Now, if you're Bill Hall, again, you got to be thinking about the possibility of a wild pitch, maybe something getting away from the catcher.
Big slow curveball, ball 1.
And if you're Chris Magruder, just don't get picked off. I mean, we already know that Glendon's got a good move.
Inside, 2-0 on Junior. Brewers looking to improve to 4-1. under Ned Yost if they can pick up the win. Friday, it was Spivey that put the Brewers in the win column.
And Junior huge in the ninth and in extra innings. A couple of RBIs with that base hit. It'd be nice to see that again here today.
Not good there. And not good there. 2-2.
Another pitch out of the zone.
Those that have stayed will awaken right now and come out of their seats. Three and two the count. Only run really that matters for the Brewers is Hall at third, but at first, Insurance and Magruder. He'll be able to take off. First and third, full count, 2 outs, 5-5 game. Breaking ball locked him up.
Bucks Weekly on FSN North. Every Monday, get a breakdown of last week's games and a look at what's developing for the matchups ahead. Bucks Weekly, tomorrow at 10 on FSN North. The 2005 season is in full swing, and the FSN Baseball Report brings you all the inside information from the Major Leagues.
It's the national pastime, and we've got all the action.
The FSN Baseball Report, Friday at 6.
Hi. Being there for kids is super good fun.
All it takes is a little know-how. Curiosity. The key to a lifetime of discovery.
Kids will go to mighty great lengths to impress you.
Kids know what's cool. Good thing you don't have to. Moments like these happen every day.
Lend your support. Go to bigbrothersbigsisters.org.
Until next time.
The target looks like a drug distribution center.
When a cop sells out his own.
So where is this place?
The only thing more dangerous than betrayal.
Jesus Christ.
Is trust.
Hey, give me a 20.
I warned you about him.
Let's go! We'll send you some detectives in.
Mackie threw this thing in a high gear behind my back. Beautiful. You're paid to protect my business.
The Shield. All new. Tuesday at 10. Only on FX. Check for the listings.
Well, bottom of the 11th. If you've just joined us, you're fine. Basically a tie game, 0-0. You can call it whatever you want. Derek Turnbow comes on yesterday. Turnbow making his season debut for the Brewers. And good, solid stuff, Billy. Fastball, curveball, and a changeup, but he was throwing hard yesterday.
Oh, and again, it's just a matter of Turnbow being able to relax out there in the mound and not try and overthrow, because his natural delivery is going to get that ball up in the mid to upper 90s. He has a tendency to be wild, and in situations like this, pressure situations, and certainly this qualifies as one of those.
And Glendon Rush hits for himself.
Why not? He's a good hitter.
He certainly is.
He can swing the bat when you talk about good hitting pitchers.
Just got to throw strikes, Derek, and that one is low. 95. Dusty Baker seeing, coming out of Ned Yost's bullpen for the first time in a lot of years, steady stream of hard throwers. De La Rosa mid-90s, Turnbow mid-90s. Adams a guy that's 93. A lot of movement.
Metallico, decent velocity.
And seeing really no one else, though, come out of the bullpen. Security guard's good. He's good at one point. That took a Brewer bounce, didn't it? And a good, hard, higher bounce makes it tougher. And Rush is erased.
Well, the only relievers left in the bullpen are closer Mike Adams and two starters, Obermueller and Glover.
I mean, the guard could pitch, I guess.
What do you think he's got? Sinker?
He's got a sinker,
four-seamer,
and a splitter. Good splitter. Hat like that. How can you not throw a splitter with a hat like that?
Yeah.
And Glover is slated to start on Tuesday, so he is really the emergency only guy.
He's in the dugout.
Obermueller is the guy that they could stretch out like Dusty Baker trying to do with Glenn and Rush. Anyone left in that Cubs bullpen?
There are options out there. John Lester. You got another left-hander, Bartosh. Chad Fox and LaTroy Hawkins.
Slapped it the other way. Brandon can't get there. That's a hit. Don't let it get too far away, and Lyle doesn't.
Now you got great speed on the bases, and with Turnbow, guy with that big high leg kick, you got to think that Dusty Baker might try and steal a base here. No chance for Bill Hall. You just eat that one. But Overbay gets in front of it.
Jose Macias.
He's actually been out at second base.
Well, he is the one that if Walker wouldn't have gotten hurt, I think Macias would have hit for Rush there. But with Macias out there in the game now, and Walker with that good hard slide, and you really only have Henry Blanco. And
yeah, that's it. Henry's it.
Lively fastball, 0-1. Macias, like Nefi Perez, who we saw early in the game, doesn't try to do too much with the baseball.
Makes good contact. I'd be surprised if Corey Patterson didn't try and steal at some point in this at bat.
Switch hitter batting left-handed. Infield, outfield, just about straight. Outfield playing in to slap it the other way. He thought about it, did Patterson, and that pitch is low.
Little slide step from Turnbow that time, and Corey Patterson thought better of it. Straight up, and they're playing deep in the outfield. You defend against what can beat you in a given at bat. An extra base hit beats you here.
Patterson takes off. That was a hit and run all the way. He was looking in, and it's fouled off. 1-2. Baker gives a sign. Longtime successful infielder Chris Spire, who's the third base coach,
former Brewer coach,
passes it along. And Derek steps off. Patterson not leaning at all. Two and two the count. In his outing, the exhibition game against the White Sox, you saw, folks, how Miller had to hop out of the crouch and catch that one. I think everyone was very concerned at that point about Turnbow. It was his first big crowd game and out of spring training, and he was all over the place. But not like that yesterday, and pretty good today as well.
Yeah.
Got to find the strike zone here. Slapped. Foul.
That's what Macias does. I mean, those are the guys that you hate to have up in situations like this. Guys just trying to put the bat on the baseball, and Macias nearly got himself an extra base hit. He couldn't ask for better speed on the bases for the Cubs. Corey Patterson, great speed. Macias can run. Double play going to be tough here.
Wes Obermueller begins to get loose.
That's a lonely feeling down there when you know you're the last guy in that bullpen. And if you go in, you might be out there for 10 innings.
Well, and
you got
Mike Adams.
Mike Adams is available, but you know he's only going to go in with a lead. You hope.
Security guy as well. Runner takes off, then holds up. It's slapped out to Branyan. And he goes ahead across the diamond. Patterson thought about going, didn't like his jump. And there are 2 outs. Here comes Nomar Garcia-Parra. Now hitting for the Cubs shortstop, Nomar Garcia-Parra. Two outs. Winning run at second. Turnbow trying to get his team back in the dugout for a 12th inning. One.
Wow. Right down the heart of the plate. He just threw that one right by Nomar. Wow.
Nomar 0 for 4 today. He was hit by a pitch. 2 for 13 in this series. No balls and 2 strikes. He's going right after him.
Saying, here it is, hit it if you can. Garcia-Parra swung through the first one, way behind the first one. Got a piece of this one. What do they give you now?
I don't know, but be ready to block it up, Damian Miller.
Oh, a high, hard one here. Look out in the stands.
Or knock it down, you're right. He did. 95 miles an hour. And talking about readings on a radar gun, the lower it is in the zone, the higher it is on the reading, the easier it is to get it into the 94, 95. Up at the letters at 95 on a gun. The 1-2. 96.
Turnbow will not be beat on anything other than the fastball here.
He's got a breaking ball. He throws a changeup as well. Off speed, missed. 2-2.
That was a well located breaking ball or changeup or whatever it is.
You have your rally cap on at home. Shot to the right side. Derek goes all the way to the bag and then takes a right turn and goes into that dugout. A couple of young relievers have been tested and they have answered the test. Overbay, Lee, and Jenkins in the 12th. Lyle got one out of here earlier.
We have questions about taste loss, but we're afraid to ask.
Don't be afraid. There are no stupid questions when it comes to taste loss.
Can you get taste loss from a foosball table?
I stand corrected. That is a stupid question. Get the facts at PreventTasteLoss.com. Protect yourself from taste loss with a great tasting, less filling Miller Lite with more taste than Bud Light and half the carbs. Miller. Good call.
You love football, so do we. Fox Football Friday.
Yay! This Friday, we go around the leagues to see what's hot and preview the top games for the weekend.
You need to know, we'll tell you.
Well, I tell you what, second is not good enough.
Ooh, that's not nice.
Previews, predictions, and much, much more right here on Fox Football Friday.
Get over there and compete for a spot.
Yes!
This show does not work unless you get involved.
Fox Football Friday. Every week, only on Fox Soccer Channel.
We're in great shape.
One chick, one chicken dinner, 7 chicks, 7 chicken dinners. 1 is good, 7 is better. Especially for NASCAR Nextel Cup Series racing. Add not just 1, but 7 channels of in-car coverage, plus data, telemetry, and team audio with NASCAR in-car, only on digital cable. Call 888-SPORTS-IN to order for just $99. When it comes to sports, we're on your team.
The only sports network where Wisconsin fans come first. FSN North.
Lyle Overbay takes strike one in the top of the 12th inning. It's a 5-5 game. We're certainly glad you're with us. One hit today for Lyle, but a home run back in the second inning. Lendon drops down sidearm, strike two. Carlos Lee waiting on deck. Lendon will change that arm angle against the left-hander. See what he does here, 1-2. Scorched a fastball foul. Oh, our guy didn't make the play. Oh, no, that's not our pitching prospect, is it? To miss that ball?
That's a different guy. He's got the very similar hat ensemble, though. You like that?
Yeah, that play's got to be made.
That's the pitcher we just showed you.
Big swinging, sweeping, breaking ball. 1-2 the count. Changeup, nothing doing. He wouldn't bite.
I haven't seen any of those Glendon Rush cut fastballs today.
No.
I don't think he's throwing it anymore.
Off-speed pitch, base hit to the corner. That ball may go. Getting in front of it, getting it back in. Burnett's Overbay in, sliding with a double.
Boy, did he hammer that ball down the line. I tell you, when you can undress Derek Lee, you hit it hard. And Derek Lee, in self-defense, he threw the glove up, but came up empty. And he thinks he should have had it, but I'll tell you what, Derek, you did well just to get out of the way of this one. It was a breaking ball and one hop, and you can't expect to catch that. But Derek Lee, as good as they get. And Lyle thinking double out of the gates. He's knowing that Jeremy Burnett is out there with a good throwing arm. Leadoff double.
He's got two of them after leading the majors in two baggers last year. Carlos Lee will be walked.
Yeah, they tried to do that last time up, and Carlos on a 3-1 count hit one in left field.
That's why, and you and I have talked about it, we do not stand in the camp of just pitch around him. If you're going to pitch around him, just do this.
Yep, put him on. Take the onus off of the pitcher and the catcher, and you as a manager, if you want the guy to take first base, just walk him intentionally.
Jeff Jenkins singled and scored back in second. He walked, grounded out, popped up, reached on a fielder's choice. 1 for 4. Season batting average at 182, has just 1 RBI this year.
Now, do you ask Jeff to bunt here? Lefty versus lefty, why not? I guess not.
Strike one.
Second and third, 1 out.
Jeff Jenkins' last sacrifice bunt was in 1999.
I would imagine Ned Yost very much thought about it when Carlos Lee was being intentionally walked.
One and one to count. Little slider, and it's a strike, and Jeff unhappy with it. Last year, Jeff Jenkins hit just .215 against left-handed pitching, .281 against the men from the right side. That's well below his career numbers, by the way. Lyndon Rush just mowed him down.
Well, you hate to make it out in these situations without advancing the base runner, which is one of the reasons why maybe a sacrifice bunt. You're doing some things that you normally wouldn't do this year, and that would certainly qualify, having Jenkins bunt. Now it's going to take a base hit.
Russell Branyan on Friday dropped down a sacrifice bunt. He gets ready in the on-deck circle. First of his pro career. 1-1 the count on Damian Miller. He had never successfully gotten it done as a pro. He had tried it. One and two the count on Damian. Singled in the second, rolled into a double play in the fourth, homered in the sixth. He's got a 3-hit day as he singled again in the eighth. Hitting an even .500 early in the season. Two. Fought off into right field. Burnett's coming toward the foul line. And now it's up to Russell Branyan with 2 outs.
Well, the Brewers have had at-bats with runners in scoring position in each of the last 3 innings. Unfortunately, 0 for 5 in those situations with 3 strikeouts. So they have had opportunities in extra frames. But so have the Cubs.
Strike one. Brewers continue to play on here in Chicago, edging ever closer to their home opener tomorrow at Miller Park. Hitless in 11 at bats today with runners in scoring position. That is woeful. That's far too reminiscent of the 04 Milwaukee Brewers.
Yeah.
Branyan to the right side. 0 for 12.
Winning experience from the Wisconsin Lottery.
Michael Call of Oshkosh won $45,000 on Badger 5.
Bella Adelina, beautiful jelly meats from Clemens. The very freshest flavors sliced right before your eyes. What you create is art.
You taste what we need.
It's a beautiful meal. Bella Adelina.
Bella Adelina.
Bella Adelina, featured exclusively in the deli at Century.
At Menards, we guarantee the lowest prices on the best selection. Keep floors clean with Rubbermaid push brooms. Choose from rough, smooth, or multi-surface. Just $4.99 each after rebate. Blast away dirt with a Karcher gas pressure washer. A 2000 PSI model is $179. This 2400 PSI washer is only $337. Plus, don't pay till 2006 with your Menards Big Card.
Save big money at Menards.
Lurking somewhere in this small business is a competitive edge. An invisible asset that turns their most basic tool into their most productive one. It's not their phone. It's how they use it. SBC Business Unlimited. $48.95 a month flat for unlimited long-distance toll and local calls. Hundreds of thousands of others have Business Unlimited. Do you?
Bottom half of inning number 12, Aramis Ramirez to lead things off. Jeremy Burnett and then Derek Lee. Against hard-throwing right-hander Derek Turnbow, who managed to fight his way through that 11th inning. Fastball's been clocked consistently in the mid-90s. Well, they were really giving Turnbow the business during batting practice, according to his bullpen mate and buddy, Matt Wise. Huge cut, and it's fouled off. He said the chance of mullet just continued to rain down on Turnbow.
Really?
That's not really a mullet, though, is it? That's just a lot of hair.
It's close. It's close. If he doesn't trim it up soon, it's going to be in mullet territory.
You used to sport some hair that long, I bet.
Yeah, I had the fake mullet.
Breaking ball. Here comes Bill Hall again. And a dig on the other end by Lyle Overbay. All day long, those two have picked each other up. And in this case, Hall again picked up his pitcher.
My Billy bouncing all over the infield today, going in the hole behind third base, up the middle. And now coming in on a ball that Turnbow couldn't quite get to. The easy part of that play is just catching the baseball, making a transfer on a dead run, and making a good throw. That's the tough play. And another good pick by Lyle.
So 1 out, and here's Jeremy Burnitz. Hey, look, give Turnbow credit. He's his own man. He's comfortable in his own shoes, or in this case, in his own hair.
He'd look good in bright green.
I think he would. He would never, ever wear the shirt that I'm wearing today. I can promise you that. 96, and it's 2-0.
Well, maybe on the charter, but never back in Tennessee.
No. Bernie today. Singled in a run back in the fourth. He's also doubled. Just some high-octane heat there. 2-1.
Turnbow with some pretty good fastball hitters that he has to get through in this inning. You got Ramirez, Jeremy, good fastball hitter, and the guy on deck is maybe the best one of them.
Got him with a fastball at 97 miles an hour, and he runs it to strike 2.
That's the guy right there. Fastball hitter down in the zone. Look out.
Turned that one around, didn't he?
That pitch about 3-4 inches off the inside corner, able to get the big part of the bat on it.
John Smoltz struck out 15 today for the Atlanta Braves, but Pedro Martinez was better as the Mets beat Atlanta 6-1. That's a souvenir. Florida all over Washington 8-0. Beckett beat Patterson. Encarnacion a homer in that one. That's a final. Roy Oswalt, his first win of the year as Houston beat Cincinnati 5-2. Bagwell, Biggio, Ensberg all homer. Changeup never got there, stayed high and away.
Second consecutive off-speed pitch from Turnbow. Looked like he threw a slider the pitch before that Burnett's fouled off. Then he goes to the changeup. 3-2, you know what's coming here.
Grips that fastball and fires it. It's driven into left center field. Clark to the warning track. He leaps. He can't get there. Can't find the baseball. Burnitz, meantime, is headed toward third. There's your winning run at third base.
I'll tell you what, he just dropped the head of the bat on that low fastball and ripped it. I thought that had a chance to get out of here. Hit that one awfully hard. Looked like Brady got to it. Right there, he figures that he's got it. Just out of his reach. I mean, that's rough, diving into a brick wall like that. You see the way he golfed that pitch? It was down in the zone. I mean, there's no Cadillacing with Jeremy Burnitz. And as soon as he hit that ball, he was on a dead run and in with a triple. Now you walk Derek Lee, no doubt about that. But I don't know if you want to walk the bases loaded because you don't know. Turnbow might not be able to throw strikes.
No, I agree with you.
You walk one, set up the double play perhaps. Ned Yost's thinking here is you put a man on, you set up the double play, and you don't want Derek Lee to beat you. You leave it up to Hollingsworth and Michael Barrett at the bottom of the order.
Unless you want to load him up and go get Overmuller, a ground ball pitcher. But again, you're bringing in a reliever from the bullpen who hasn't pitched much this year.
Yeah, and that's a tough
can't
situation.
walk anyone.
That's a tough situation for anybody. You got to go after Hollingsworth now. You can't put yourself in a must-throw strike situation.
Here we go. Infield drawn in. Ed Yost hoping his team can live to play just one more inning. They're in on the corners. They're a few steps back in the middle in case they get a shot at that double play. There's the winning run. Triple with one out by Burnett. Well, he has hunted his old team this weekend. Fastball, strike one.
You stick with Turnbow. You look for the strikeout. Although Turnbow has yet to strike out a batter in this outing.
He was talking this morning. We were talking about that two-seam fastball. He's been throwing it more and more. That's a pitch you can get a ground ball with. Now the infield comes all the way in. All four at the cut of the grass. Outside.
Really not sure if you can expect a squeeze in this situation with Hollingsworth up there. You can see the infield in, the outfield in, and the outfield has to play at a depth where they feel like if they catch a fly ball, they can throw the runner out from third base.
Oh my, what a play by Miller.
There's an RBI for the catcher right there. I mean, that's a game-saving block. You don't see in the box score, but that saved the game for the time being. In front of the plate and does it perfectly.
Two balls, one strike. Winning run at third for the Cubs. 5-5 game. Game over. Base hit into right field for Todd Hollingsworth, and the Chicago Cubs win this series 2-1 after the Brewers hopped off the mat on Friday and were victorious over the Cubs. The Cubs come right back and win the next two. And Milwaukee 3-2 out of the gates to start the season. We'll be back to wrap things up. We'll have some post-game programming and thoughts right after this. 6-5.
Using Ortho Weed Be Gone Max. So revolutionary, it targets and kills the toughest weeds without harming your lawn. Weed Be Gone Max sprayed here. Ordinary weed killer here. Only Weed Be Gone Max has a foaming action and weed targeting formula for total root kill. So it killed the weeds, but not the grass. The ordinary weed killer didn't target anything. So it killed everything. New Ortho Weed Be Gone Max. Kills weeds, not lawns. Guaranteed.
Get me 12 eggs, 2 6-pack soda, 7 grain bread, 5 lime.
12 eggs, 2 6-pack soda, 7 grain bread, 5 lime, powder butter, seeds, love you. Trying to cut down on phone time.
Good, you pick me up at 6, please. I want to go with the hot shot. Stay out till 12, please. That please just this once.
Absolutely not. We read home by 10:10. It's going to be
10:45.
Do I hear 10?
Give me 10:30.
I'll get it rounded.
Okay, fine. 10 it is.
Is your family wireless plan costing you a fortune? Come to T-Mobile, where families talk free.
Free?
Free.
And now get more whenever minutes than ever. 500 just $49.99.
T-Mobile. Get more minutes.
John Deere Gator utility vehicles for work, play, and everything in between. Pick a direction. Go.
I want to take a little break in the action and tell you about my friends at the Good Feet store. Ever since I was a player, I've had constant pain in the balls of my feet, my arches, my heels, even my neck. From waking up in the morning hobbling out of bed to broadcasting games at night, I was in constant pain. I thought it was just something I was going to have to live with. And then I went to the Good Feet store. Thanks to them, my feet and legs are feeling great. Even my neck pain is gone. Do what I did. Stop in at your local Good Feet store and feel good again.
Brewers Weekly on FSN North. Every Monday, relive all the week's biggest hits and spectacular plays. Plus, catch an in-depth preview of what's on deck for the matchups ahead. Brewers Weekly, Mondays at 6:30 on FSN North.
The 2005 season is in full swing, and the FSN Baseball Report brings you all the inside information from the Major League.
It's the national pastime, and we've got all the action.
The FSN Baseball Report, Friday at 6.
So the Cubs get it done. They get it done in 12. You can see all the hits for the Brewers as they really come up empty. 0 for 11 with runners in scoring position, but the Cubs win it in 12 by a score of 6-5, and we wrap things up, and we start things up on our post-game segments. We'll have 2 of them after this ball game with our player of the game, Todd Hollandsworth. He did